Tim McGill. I am a facilitator for Sacramento State University. Thank you all for coming this morning. We're going to get started in just a couple moments. I would highly encourage folks, because a big part of the agenda is going to be in breakout sessions, getting focused input on a few questions. If you want to kind of consolidate into groups, I see this table's pretty much filled. That would be wonderful. Meet somebody new, get to know folks that might be outside of your normal wheelhouse. We'll get started in maybe 5 minutes or so. Really appreciate everybody coming out for the second four ecological performance measure workshops. Got a lot of great input at the first one. This one, we're really shifting gears, so I'm getting a lot more focused input on specific management questions. A couple quick notes. I mentioned it to folks that were already seated. Hopefully everybody figured out parking. It's either in the lot here. You just have to download an app and input your license plate number and you'll be taken care of. Or there's plenty of street parking as well. Bathrooms are out this door. Sophie again, women's is right across the hall.
Women's is down the hall and to your left, if you just keep your eye on the left to find it. And then the men's, if you come out, the first door on your left is the entrance into the other hallway. You'll see the men's room right on your right. Great. So left, out, left, and right for the men's room. Straight out and left for the women's.
Thank you. As I mentioned, you have lists of different lunch options. Yes, sir.
What's the name of the app that you have to download? The
Park Mobile. Yeah, and there's instructions outside if anybody needs to duck out and take care of that.
Out here, it's actually with the machine.
Yeah. On
the opposite street.
Yeah, so there's street parking, and then in the lot here, there's an app called Park Mobile. Yeah, it's like a buck cheaper or something. Anyway, please do let us know if you have any questions. Either Sophie in the corner, myself, or my colleague Corin outside can answer any questions you have about parking. In just a moment, Loretta Moreno from the Resources Agency is going to walk through a presentation. I just wanted to see if there's any kind of logistical questions about layout of the building or parking. Take care of it right now. Okay. We have folks joining us online as well. The meeting will be recorded throughout the day and on webinar, so we can wave to all of our colleagues who are joining remotely. For those of you that are online, during the plenary portions of the agenda, I'm going to ask questions of folks in the room first, and then if you can type in your questions as they come up using the chat function, we have folks monitoring that as well. So just kind of keep that in mind if you're joining us online today. I think that was it on my end. At this point, I want to go ahead and turn it over to Loretta from Resources to provide some opening remarks and introduce a few other new folks from Resources that also wanted to introduce themselves to all of you. So, Loretta?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all here today. And for those online, thank you and welcome. And please let us know if you're having any trouble along the way with hearing us or following along. But we definitely want you to be just as much in the room as you are online. So today, well, first, yeah, Loretta Moreno. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Natural Resources Agency, working in the Timber Regulation Forest Restoration Program for agency. And I am leading the effort to develop AB 1492 ecological performance measures. Sorry, there's a pop-up here. And what's going on, Curtis? Hopefully that doesn't continue. So yeah, that's kind of the focus of my work with the agency. I do many other things. That's just one of the biggest components. And I would like to also note 2 other members in the room who are also with Natural Resources Agency, brand new to us as of about 2 or 3 weeks now, 2 weeks deep, I think, and up to over their eyebrows with work. We have our new Deputy Secretary of Forest and Resources Management in the room, Jessica Morse, who has come to us. Well, she can give you her background, actually. I'll let her give her background, and she'd like to make a few remarks. And we also have Jennifer Montgomery, who's the new director of the Forest Management Task Force, the Governor's Forest Management Task Force. So they would like to kind of say hello and introduce themselves for a couple of minutes. So we'll start with Jessica Morse.
Great. Thanks, Loretta. Thank you all for coming out today. It's really an honor to be able to start working with all of you. You have set an incredible foundation for the health and longevity of our forests and our forest ecosystems. And, you know, living up in the Sierra for the last few years, and actually for 5 generations of my family, it is clear to me that our forest ecosystems, and clear to all of us, are out of balance right now. they're currently in somewhat of a downward spiral where we get more intense vegetation growth, overgrowth of our forests, weaker small trees, and then you have wildfires that come through, and they're all canopy fires that take out everything in its path rather than being those sort of low burning, cleaning, healthy fires that are the expectation in our forest ecosystems in California. And we recognize that it's become out of balance because of a century of bad policy planning and bad management practices, and compounded now by climate change. And so we have an opportunity now to have a reset, but we now have to make sure that with the political will we have, the resources that are available to us right now, and the general broad consensus on scientific approach to forest management, that we take advantage of that and do it right and actually learn the lessons of history. Because for me, one of the most important lessons is that of the conservation movement, where when Teddy Roosevelt and Gifford Pinchot set up the Forest Service and created sort of the political apparatus for conservation as a concept, the only way they were able to politically get it through the Congress was by presenting it as and giving its mandate as a fire suppression agency. Even though they understood the role of fire in sustaining forest ecosystems, they set it up as a fire suppression agency, and that, after sort of the clear cutting from the Comstock lode and the compounding, led to what we have today, which are these overgrown, these sort of broad overgrown forests. There's some aspects that are very well managed. Thank you for those of you who are doing that. But it's led us to this crisis that we have today. And so while we have the opportunity to make a shift, I want to make sure that we are making it right, that future generations look back on us 100 years from now and say, wow, they got it right. Look at that forest ecosystem. Because when we get our forests well managed and properly managed, suddenly they become an upward healthy spiral where they have all of these positive net benefits, where they are improving biodiversity. When we have a healthy forest, it's improving watershed yields and watershed health. When we have healthy forests, suddenly our Sierra and our vegetation in California becomes a net carbon sink and starts sequestering carbon rather than subjecting communities to catastrophic, dangerous wildfires. And if we're managing it right, it also becomes an economic driver in rural communities. And so it's important that we keep into account all of these balances and that we take a well thought out, long-term scientific approach to forest management and health. And that's where all of you come in. I am just so thrilled to have such great workers and thinkers on this problem partnering with us. And so one of the key elements of this is going to be the long-term monitoring, to make sure that the treatments we're applying and the techniques we're using are actually hitting these targets of improving biodiversity, of improving community safety, of improving watershed yields and watershed health, so that when we are looking at a healthy forest ecosystem, that we know what to look for and how to measure it and how to report back to the public that, hey, this technique, it's actually working. This is actually having a net benefit for all of you. It helps bring in more partners into the solution when we can demonstrate that there are net benefits across multiple sectors. And also when, today we're talking about timber, but in the long term, we'd eventually like to have a clear monitoring system that really takes into account all wildlands in California, that really recognizes that healthy forest management doesn't just stop at pine tree lines, that it really comes down into all vegetation, that all of these ecosystems need to be put back on the right track because currently they are out of sync, and we need to help them get back on track scientifically. And that's why I'm so grateful to have all of your thinking on this process and all of your input and all of your feedback and ideas, because this is our opportunity to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And now I'd like to introduce Jennifer Montgomery, director of the Forest Management Task Force.
I like leader. That works. Yeah. Well, hi, everyone. A lot of old faces and old friends here and some new ones. Great to be here today. The great thing about following Jessica is I can just go, ditto. But that makes me sound like Rush Limbaugh, so I'm not going to do it. So I am the director of the Governor's Forest Management Task Force. I am 2.5 weeks into this task, but my background, just very quickly, for those of you who don't know me, is I spent the last 10 years as a Placer County supervisor, representing the area from the city of Auburn all the way up to Lake Tahoe. So I got the forest, which was pretty incredible. I was a volunteer firefighter back in the day. My husband is still a firefighter, though not a wildlands firefighter. He works for a city district, which is Tahoe City, which is not actually a city, but we'll leave that there. And I've spent the last 30 years living on Donner Summit in the wildland-urban interface. Native Californian, grew up here, spent every summer in the Sierra Nevada with my dad, who was an avid amateur butterfly collector, and so was immersed in the ecosystems of the Sierra Nevada. And my goal as the director of the Forest Management Task Force is to implement the governor's direction. And that's going to be an interesting task because the task force itself doesn't have a budget. It has no staff other than me. And frankly, we can't make anyone do anything. So the opportunity is working with about 20 different state agencies, federal partners, local partners, city, county, a lot of nonprofits and conservation groups, many of whom are in the room today, working with private industry, timber industry, to make sure that we do take advantage of what Jessica pointed out, which is this incredible opportunity that we suddenly have to activate these concerns around how we better manage our forests. The very short mission statement for the Forest Management Task Force is that we are to accelerate the pace and scale of forest management. And I come from a triple bottom line background. And so to me, that means we have to protect the resources, we have to look at the economic side of it, and we have to look at what does this do for the social fabric of these often rural, underserved communities. And those are all equally important to me. I am not going to put environment aside for economy or economy aside for environment or social fabric aside for either of those other two. So that's my commitment. I'm telling everyone, ask me in 6 months how I'm doing in my job and I'll let you know, but 2.5 weeks in, I'm delighted to be here and I just want to be here and be a sponge and hear what you all have to say. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer and Jessica, for all of those remarks. To start with, we just want to give you a quick overview of what we're going to be discussing today. As I mentioned at the outset, we're kind of shifting gears here. That first workshop, you really heard a lot from the Resources Agency and a few key experts on the white paper that's sort of forming the linchpins of the EPM effort. Today, we're really here to hear from all of you. We have a few specific questions, and after a plenary discussion and a presentation on what's changed since that January, it was January, right? Yeah, January 15th workshop, we want to hear a little bit about what's changed. And then we want to provide some definitions for you on how the rest of the day is going to unfold. But really, the bulk of the day is going to be spent in breakout groups. You see there's sort of 4 stations that we've set up so far. We'll start out before lunch with 2 breakouts around biophysical and socioeconomic attributes. The things in the forest that you care about that you want to make sure are identified. And then we'll shift gears a little bit and link some specific management activities and management kind of areas of interest to each one of those attributes. We'll break for lunch, and then when we come back, kind of the overall key to the day is determining what questions you still have about forest management that need to be answered in order to fulfill the mandate of AB 1492 and the EPM effort overall. We'll provide more specific instructions once we get to each one of those breakouts, because we've tried to organize things into a really stepwise fashion for you. So that it makes sense, not just to you, but so that it makes sense to us as we're kind of incorporating all of your input as well. My colleague Sophie is taking really detailed notes back there that will form kind of a meeting report of the day. We'll also be taking all of the input you do and then turning that over to resources and to the EPM working group to refine it and come up with the next set of information that will be further refined at a 3rd workshop. So we're trying to do things as iteratively as possible, and today's step 2 of that. It's our hope to get you out of here on time. We have you until 3:30 this afternoon. Totally understand if folks do have to take calls or anything. I would ask that you step outside to do that and keep your phones turned off or on vibrate throughout the day, just because we do have kind of close quarters in here. I think that's it. Loretta, was there anything else before we jump into the next presentation?
Yeah, just what time do we think we'll break for a break? So
Thank you,
there's
yeah.
Coffee and everything, I think you already said that, but
Right.
when will we do a break?
Sure, yeah. So we'll have one break before the first breakout session. We're targeting that for around 11:30 or so. We'll have those 2 breakout discussions, and then at 12:30 we'll break for lunch, and you have a whole hour for that. There's a whole bunch of different options right around here if you didn't bring something with you. And then we'll likewise take another short break in the afternoon just to keep everybody fresh. But keep yourselves comfortable throughout the day. Don't feel obliged to stick to that schedule. If you do need to get up, we've explained where the restrooms are. Or if you need to take a call, please do. There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you. The advancer right
Yeah.
there.
Don't be shy though, get coffee, get food, be comfortable. I think that's the message.
Right.
So, all right, yeah, so as Sam explained, we're looking, well, I'm just gonna jump into where I'm at. So the definitions that I list out here, we just wanna make sure we're all clear about what we mean when we say ecological performance measures, monitoring, indicators. There's a lot of definitions. We have our definition that we landed on with the white paper, which was finalized and is online. And there's a track change version of what was changed in the paper based on all the public comments we got in, and then a clean copy. But if you want to reference back, why or where the definitions came from and so forth, you can look there. What are the methods? You can look at that, and also watch back the video of the workshop where we answered a lot of very complex questions people raised about how are we going to get to this end goal. And with that, let's talk about the end goal. So our vision with this developing ecological performance measures, which was an assignment delivered in 2012 when AB 1492 was first passed. We were asked to do this, and here we are in 2019. I was brought on just in July, so we've moved really fast since I came on with dedicated focused time for this. But our vision here is to develop a statewide ecological performance measures initiative and approach that is an accountability measure for all of the state programs that we're running to regulate timberland ecosystems throughout the state. And this focusing on non-federal timberlands. You'll see we get into it a little bit more. What do we mean by those areas? Where are we talking about? But the mandate is technically for non-federal areas. So we have our federal counterpart in the room actually, and they're doing their own monitoring. But we are working together. So that it's not that we're going to cookie cutter out for the federal lands, but there is a limitation on our scope in a technical sense. Our goal is to harness all the data from existing monitoring programs around the state. There's a lot happening around the state. Data is already being collected and will continue to be collected. More data is going to be introduced. New initiatives for monitoring will be introduced in time. And as we get to a point where we want to integrate new data sets, we will. But we will be working with existing data sets, whether they're from state or federal resources, to develop a spatially explicit, consistent monitoring approach for the whole state of California's timberland systems. And then this ideally will be informing adaptive management going forward. So as we realize our regulations are doing really well here, performing really well, then we might want to augment those programs. If we're seeing impairment in certain indicators and systems, we may want to revisit, okay, are these regulations not serving us well? What can we do to improve that? What are the issues? So that's kind of our key goal embedded in the big picture. And then beyond AB 1492, as Jennifer has talked about and Jessica has talked about, we may take this and look beyond just timberland strictly at some point and extend this monitoring approach and structure to other areas of the state that might not be strictly timberland systems in state responsibility areas. But for now, we're just going to stay focused. And so I want you to just be aware of our working group that we've composed to help support the thinking behind, all the steps we're going to have to take to get there. We have a very comprehensive team across state departments and agencies. We have it's a CNRA, Natural Resource Agency, and EPA collaborative. So we have folks from Fish and Wildlife and CAL FIRE, Department of Conservation. We have folks from the State Water Resources Control Board, and the Tahoe Conservancy, and the Air Resources Board. So we have a nice blend of folks coming to the table who are experts in their respective areas of interest. We also have the U.S. Forest Service who's partnering with us as well. And then we just added, and we're really pleased to have all members here from public membership. We have 4 new members that are kind of representing that outward perspective coming in, so we can make sure that as we consider all these methods and steps along the way that we're informed. And I would like those folks to just raise their hand. We have Dr. Sue Britting in the room from Sierra Forest Legacy. We have Cedric Twite from Sierra Pacific Industries. We have Greg Suba from the Native Plant Society. And then we have Gary Rainierson with Green Diamond Resource Company. And we're very grateful for their willingness to participate and support this effort as we move forward. So there is kind of an internal working group where we work out the difficult steps and get through all the tricky steps. And then what we would do is like use these sessions, these public sessions, to get your input to complement the thinking and make sure that our monitoring and what we're doing is transparent and it reflects your intentions as well as the public. The working group will help with methods development, as I said, help us secure data as we move forward, help us with processing steps along the way. There's a lot of large data sets. We need support for that process, and they will help steer us. They will help us with assessment as we progress to that stage in the process, reporting, and then making management recommendations that may be taken up by the Board of Forestry and others. So our focus, again, are timberlands. And there was some confusion in the white paper about what about hardwood forests. Well, there are interspersed hardwoods, and so if you look carefully at the white paper, we do define that and integrate hardwoods that are potentially blended into this mixed coniferous forest system. So any doubts about definitions there, go ahead and look at the white paper. That's what our focus is. Timberlands broadly encapsulate about 33 million acres in the state, or excuse me, there are 33 million acres of forest in the state, of which 17 million are timberlands. And the definition again in the white paper if you want to drill down. 8 million acres of which are on non-federal ownership, or of non-federal ownership. And roughly half, or a little over half, are industrial timber operations, and then you have about 4 million of kind of smaller landowners mixed in there. So we have a really interesting composition of ownership. So as I think Jessica and Jennifer really communicated effectively today, we have rapid and stressful changes going on in the forest statewide. We have also significant and growing investment in our forests. We really want to know what we're doing is achieving our goals. And if we're not achieving our goals, transparently conveying that and working to improve it. I think, we're all on the same team. We want to make sure we're doing things in a way that is effective and maximizes our spending of public dollars to protect our resources and ensure a thriving industry in our state and public safety. So going back to the fundamentals of where AB 1492 came from, AB 1492 was a few parts. I'm not going to summarize in detail, but AB 1492, this timber regulation forest restoration program, was set up to kind of develop more accountability in the public process in terms of transparency of permitting process, not only for the stakeholders with investments in timber resources, but also for the public concerned about or interested in how timberlands are being managed. So part of that is that goal. And administrative accountability to some degree, and also just preventing transparency in the permitting process, and we have created a lot of mechanisms to help support that. And then another piece is monitoring. There's kind of on-the-ground monitoring that's going on, and then kind of more the statewide scope that we're interested in comes into play with the ecological performance measures. So, so AB 1492 explicitly called out that we need to be accounting for ecological performance measures to provide this transparency. So that is, I think I've hammered that home there. That's kind of the point of our program. And it's funny because it's cut off in this image because the TV is cutting us off. But at the very base of this triangle you see here are ecological performance measures. So it's all that feedback is based in our ecological performance measures effort here. So when we talk about what management are we talking about? So we're looking at standard commercial timber harvest, of course. So any kind of regulations around that. Restoration, biomass removal, fuels management, carbon offset projects, conservation activities, and more. So management very broadly considered. And what we want to do is, of course, look back, hindcast what has happened, and we can do that immediately once we have our goals and indicators assembled. So looking back in time, what's been going on, evaluate that, but also use it for forward-looking program management and planning. So all to support adaptive management in the future. And as I indicated earlier, we have a very broad reach of activities going on, whether it's internal to the state or federal activities that are all kind of going towards this direction of monitoring and assessment, whether it's for biodiversity, water, water provision of water and water quality. We have, many efforts going on, as you can see up there. So there's a lot of synergy across these efforts. We plan to tap into that where we can and share what we learn in our process as well. And this diagram is a little tricky to see from, I knew it was going to be hard to see, but the point of it is when you get up kind of to the higher levels, you have very high level assessments going on statewide, including the Forest and Rangeland Assessment Program that CAL FIRE leads. So they're really looking at a very general, broad scope of what all is happening in the state and what's changing. And they have a lot of studies that have kind of launched off of that. And on the ground, we have forest practice rule effectiveness folks that are looking at on the ground implementation and effectiveness of our regulations, whether it's fish and wildlife protection, water quality, and so forth. And somewhere in the middle, what I like to call the sweet spot, is the eco-regional or regional monitoring that we plan to do. And so we get to scale later, but the gist of it is that, once we understand the data that we're going to be collecting, we will settle on an appropriate scale for our monitoring. We talked a lot about scale in the last workshop, so if you're really interested in that, go back to the video. It was a big discussion point, but we're right in the middle. We're really looking at regionalized monitoring, so statewide scope, but regional monitoring. So we drill down and get into the details and pursue our management questions. So there's kind of an interplay and a kind of a cycle here that you should be considering. So really where we're at in this cycle, we have policy formulation and management action and implementation. We're in the middle of that right now. We're doing all kinds of management on the landscape. But let's start this monitoring, right? So we want to start monitoring and then assessing and then ultimately inform policy and management going forward. So we're really in between steps 2 and 3 saying, well, we're doing all this management, we want to monitor, but what do we want to monitor for and why? Why is it important? Instead of just launching into monitoring, you should really have specific questions. And that's our goal today. Let's get to those questions. So common definitions are critical, as I indicated. And I want to just kind of really spell out what we mean when we say ecological monitoring. Ecological monitoring is the repeated systematic collection of measurements at one or more locations to determine the current state and trends of abiotic and biotic indicators in the environment. And there's all kinds of monitoring going on, and so we may tap into various types of monitoring to speak to the data that we need to collect. But that's kind of the essence of what is the monitoring piece. Assessment is using that information to evaluate or appraise a condition, a resource of concern and condition, and determine if that resource of concern is continuing to deliver the provision of ecosystem services we're concerned with, or if it's impaired or not. So that's really where assessment comes in, judgment about, are we doing well, are we doing poorly, or somewhere in between, and making those decisions, and the details of that, again, was discussed in that first workshop and in the white paper. So if you want to understand our proposed methods for that, have a look. Ecosystem services have been a point of confusion for people. Some people think it's just human-centric or that it's for-profit, some kind of profit-based evaluation, but ecosystem services are generally defined as benefits from ecosystems, whether they're for intrinsic value or for human well-being that we derive from the landscape or nature derives for its own sake, including provisioning for food and water, flood and disease control. We have cultural services, including recreation and cultural benefits, such as spiritual factors, and then supporting services like nutrient cycling and so forth to maintain conditions of life on Earth. So there are many ecosystem services out there, but that's kind of our definition we're working with. And indicators link to that because maybe you have an ecosystem service, but what are indicators of the ecosystem service and its well-being? So indicators are measurable variables relating directly to one or more ecosystem services, and they refer to a site-specific condition at a given moment. And so using multiple indicators together, you can approximate a process, so depending on how complex you want to get. And they're used to measure the degree to which those ecosystem services are being delivered or are impaired. Metrics are kind of behind the indicator. They're that unit of measurement that really speaks to the biological, physical, or chemical condition we're after. And so ecological performance measures, which haven't been defined exactly until, at least for us, this program, is to evaluate ecosystem services against a suite of indicators and associated metrics to determine the ecosystem state and level of function. and they represent a method of ecological monitoring. So it's really the assimilation of all this information to get at how are things going. So just as an image and representation of this, this is just to give you a feel. Ecosystem services are considered in the green text, and then the blue text is those indicators we're talking about. So if it's water quality, we might be looking at temperature or pH. If it's fire resilience, you might measure fire severity or fire frequency. Biodiversity could be species abundance, a particular species abundance, or species richness generally. Carbon sequestration could be measuring the amount of carbon in the forest. So these are ecosystem services and their related indicators, all which kind of feed up into what we're trying to convey to you today. So at the very base, you have your landscape, your timberland ecosystems, and those ecosystem services and indicators kind of communicate between each other. We get information from that. The information we want to glean are from our management questions, which today we're focused on pulling out from the stakeholders and going forward to kind of arrive at what are the ecological performance measures we intend to report on. And then once you've done all your monitoring and you bring all the data together to feed into your management questions, you will then do an assessment and judge at that point whether things are going well or poorly or somewhere in between. You can use modeling to support that effort. This is a very generalized visualization of what we're trying to get at, but ultimately feeding into management policy response as needed. And so we're kind of up here in this section, the goals, objectives, and management questions. That's kind of where we're hovering at the moment. This is a real critical starting point to make sure we're really targeted in what we monitor for, because it's not cheap and it's not going to be easy. So we need to make sure we're really focused on why do we want this information. And then ultimately, factoring in all the monitoring that's going on, whether federal or state data sets or otherwise, then we start to kind of mobilize our methods and start to identify in the third workshop, we'll get at the potential indicators and metrics. That's where we're going to get, once we have our management questions, then we're going to move into what indicators can speak to those management questions. So that'll be the third workshop. And then you start considering, once you have your data and indicators, or vice versa, then you start to decide, okay, what scale and all of this. So a lot of questions still to be answered, but this is where we're at in the process. And this is just a representation for you guys to understand just how complex the system is and all the things we'll be tracking. But it's really good to have a conceptual model ultimately that we would like to use once we get clarity on your management questions that we want to bring forward, and then the indicators that tie to that. Ultimately, we need to kind of put together something along these lines to kind of track what it is that we're managing for and towards, and what services may be impacted by human activities, and kind of the cycle of, well, what are the stressors that might be impairing or impacting the indicators. So it's a good idea just to keep this in mind, that ultimately we should be able to map this out before we embark on our monitoring effort. And so far, we've already completed the white paper. We had great public feedback on that, and we're kind of here in step 2, which is engaging with you. So this is where we're getting those management questions and subsequently indicators. After that, once we've really settled on indicators we like, we're going to want to go through a screening process. I'm going to show you in the next slide what that screening process generally looks like. But the idea is, once you have your indicators, we need to make sure they're viable from the standpoint at least of the data might be available to support the question, and other considerations. Does this indicator actually feed back in this kind of conceptual model? Do we get the answers we're looking for through that the use of that indicator? So there will be a screening process to make sure the indicators are viable. Once we lock in the indicators, at least at the starting point, then we'll start to really look at the condition of the data and start working to mobilize that data for our use. And ultimately, in the fall, we will present the final EPMs that actually can work for us and that we can at least get started with. If in the future, as we talked about in the last workshop, we want to add more information or monitoring objectives, we can do so. It's just a starting point. So we don't have to have it perfect to start. We can get going and we can always add on later. And then we'll commence technical steps probably sometime in December of this coming year into 2020. So the screening process, just to be very brief about it, we're kind of right here again, reviewing existing management programs statewide and developing those management questions, and then we're going to start that refining process. What indicators rise up and that can actually be used and are feasible and answer our questions. So the data that we talked about will come from potentially the Forest Service, water boards, Fish and Wildlife, ARB, the Air Resources Board, and other sources. This is kind of the goal, to feed into our whole system. And ultimately, we want to aggregate all of this data to inform regulatory program evaluation and some product, including potentially a dashboard data story that people can tap into to see transparently what is going on in their neck of the woods and understand a little more about statewide conditions and regulations. And so this is just, as we presented in the past, but just a sample product of the EPM program, just to get a sense of how this might look. Obviously, hopefully more sophisticated than this. It's just for illustrative purposes. But you have, maybe this is a HUC 8 scale. So this is kind of a regional scale defined as HUC 8. And you have ABC regions that were studied for the same indicators. So the EPM list on the very left-hand column could be different types of indicators embedded in, ecological services indicator combination. And then so maybe it's, I don't know, pH, water, pH in water, for example, for the first one, and different indicators below that. And if you have a scale of 0 to 100, 100 being optimal conditions, 0 being very poor, you have a spectrum of results for different regions. So region A may have a 50 value for that indicator, region B an 89, obviously region B doing better somehow, region C no data. We didn't have data for that region, and so forth. And then you start to get kind of a picture, a story about what might be going on in your watershed of interest. And then that assessment would then follow. What are the stressors feeding into this feedback? And then we start to kind of try to tease out what management activities might be responsible for those indicator scores. It's a very simplified explanation, but that's what we're doing. So now we're moving to this piece of identifying key management questions for timberland ecosystems. And I worked with our working group. I've explained who was on the working group before, but we met a few weeks back and really brought together so you should have the piece of paper in front of you. Hopefully you picked it up when you came in. It's kind of colorful. And people online, I think, should have this as well. Yeah, and so this is basically California timberland ecosystem areas of program priorities. This is across agencies and departments. So we all sat down and kind of walked through all their areas of responsibility and focus. It's quite a mixed bag of grant funding and regulation and restoration projects, all kinds of things. You'll notice it's quite a mixture. But we did generally categorize based on feedback from all the different departments about what it is that they're responsible for and concerned with and interested in as an agency or department. And so all of that was blended together indiscriminately, but categorized. So we categorized them in water resources, climate change, biodiversity and species, fire, forest operations, social economic welfare. That was kind of how we bundled everything. And so the idea being it doesn't matter who was responsible for it, but what's so important to the state? What are we doing? And this is a very important piece here. I want you all to really focus on this because this is really the essence of what we want you to focus on today when you're thinking about your management questions. Ultimately, it needs to speak to what the state's responsibility is to steward our timberland ecosystems. So our questions should speak back to our mandates, and these mandates are listed here. So under water resources, we have the Clean Water Act and related impairment and pollutant waste discharge requirements, for example. We have water use and rights availability, provision of ground and surface water regulations. It's not all regulation, by the way. And then on climate change, we have carbon inventories going on. We have offset programs and the CCI investments, the California climate investments. So a lot of forest management work that is linked to carbon sequestration, is funded through this program. Biodiversity and species, we have the Endangered Species Act and related regulations. We do conservation easements. We have safe harbor agreements and also game management. So tag limits for certain species depending on population abundance. Under fire, we have things such as fire suppression rules, smoke management and air quality, fire prevention regulations, and projects associated with fuels reductions. So a lot of mix there. And then under forest operations, it's quite a mix of the forest practice rules, literally themselves, those rules and regulations, and then land use planning and permitting associated with forest operations, roads management, cultural resource protection. A lot is happening in this category. And then under social and economic welfare, irrespective of the department or agency we're talking about, there's land use planning happening there, public health and safety measures being taken for natural hazard abatement, outdoor recreation occurs. So there's kind of a lot, and it doesn't just happen, but we support and regulate it. So I think you just need to understand that these are general bundles. And we want you to understand that it's not necessarily completely comprehensive of every last little detail. We had to generalize. but it reflects kind of an interplay amongst them. So some categories could flip to another bucket for sure. We recognize that, but this is a general sorting. And this reflects all the different departments that feed into the system. So that's the lens you should go into making management decisions with. How do your questions speak to state mandates so that we can improve what we're doing? So the linkage needs to be there. And I don't know if it's a little too early, but we wanted, I think Sam was going to solicit a little plenary moment here where we could get some impact or input from you if you see something that's just glaring and missing in our listing. This was kind of one of our first breakouts that we wanted to have.
Yeah, thanks, Loretta. So we do want to give the opportunity. You just heard a ton of content on the way that EPM is being envisioned moving forward and what's already been developed, as well as the state program priorities. Before we get any input on this particular slide, though, I'd love to see if you have any questions about all the content you've heard so far. We can certainly jump back many slides that you'd like to review again. As a quick reminder, all of these slides will be posted to the website after the workshop, so they're available there as well. But any questions about what you've heard so far? And again, we'll go to folks in the room first, and then Curtis, if it's okay, we'll ask folks online to type out questions, and you can just relay those back to us. So any questions? Yes, sir.
There's a slide that was a cycle. And you can go back to, I'm sorry.
The conceptual.
Yeah, maybe. And it has stressors up at the top.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me that you're lumping stressors and disturbances here and not disentangling them. And they're quite different, right?
Right.
So when stress comes onto a system, the way that the system responds is unique from a disturbance, like a fire or a tree, whatever. Well, tree mortality is a stressor with a disturbance.
Sure.
So just being
That's a good point. Yes.
cognizant of that and how that manifests itself, and then how we pick that up in the environment will look a little bit different.
Yeah, and that is absolutely correct.
I think.
You're correct.
Okay, and then can I go to the last slide?
And let me just one little response
Yeah.
there. This is and this is actually absolutely true if one were to tease this out. And I think this was just meant more for illustrative purposes.
Totally.
But you're correct.
Yeah.
But you're right. This is just meant just to kind of get a sense of the general feedback cycle and interplay. But what was the other slide?
Just being cognizant of that.
It's true.
They are unique.
Yes.
The last slide you have up there,
Oh, yeah.
that we just ended with.
Yep.
So this may be just, for me, we've been working really hard on the way that we communicate this, but within climate change, it continually concerns me that adaptation and resilience are kind of lumped as one and the same. Adaptation is a set of practices or actions or strategies, approaches, what have you. The result can be increased resilience. The result can be other things too, like a changed system or more resistance to the system. But you don't introduce resilience. You introduce actions, activities, things that happen on the ground that result in that.
Right.
And I think, and this isn't the first time I've seen this. I was just mentioning, I just got back from Africa, and we're promoting this as one and the same. And I'm like, it's not. One of the things too, and it crosswalks to climate, is that it might be helpful to introduce adaptation and mitigation efforts, because there are opportunities where co-benefits of each, or activities where activities that result in co-benefit advantages of each can occur. So just something to be that we should be mindful of, because you can kind of get that where you get the benefits that came from activities supporting adaptation, as well as mitigation, as well as ecosystem services. But there might be trade-offs, right? If you're really invested in mitigation, there might be an impact or something that a negative or less desirable response for an ecosystem service, right? So just being mindful that
you are right.
Win-win, you know.
You are right.
As much as we'd like to believe it.
So with that in mind, since arguably there's certainly a number of management questions that tear off of your comment, if you can just keep that in mind as we go through the breakout sessions, there would be specific management questions around adaptation or mitigation.
Yeah.
Just keep that your comment in mind as we walk through the exercise this afternoon, and try to get to a level of specificity that can be broken down into really specific management questions.
But I think that's a very good point you made, and I think we need to explore that more, and maybe it manifests into the question realm when we get there, but also we should revisit that from our presentation here. Yeah.
I mean, the general public learns from these too,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right? So if we're not super accurate in the way that we put these things out there, we're also like really slightly misinforming them about the way the world kind of works.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed.
I'm sensitive to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
So there's a couple more hands up, and then we'll go online. So let's go over here and then over to you. Go ahead.
Great.
My name's Greg Suba, I'm from the California Native Plant Society, and this is all very informative, and there's so much here to dig into, and I think we will be doing that. And I'm just wondering, if we think about this as a big engine, and we're looking at all the pieces of how the engine works and what fits together, I'm wondering where it's going to, where we're taking the engine. So all of the measurements that we're going to be talking about and the components and the indicators, what are we referencing it towards? How will we determine performance, really? We can get down to the tools and the indicators, but we need to compare that to something. We need to have a reference or a baseline.
Oh, okay.
So when we're looking backwards, what are the reference conditions, the baselines that we are measuring against?
Absolutely, yeah. So,
And then
yeah.
as we plan forward, what are our desired conditions? Is that set already, or are we considering and contemplating what that's going to be?
Let me start with the desired conditions
Sure.
piece. So I laid out here just what the state's responsibility areas generically are, and we could tease them out more accurately as was brought up for sure. But yeah, we have our kind of state priorities and mandates, and then the next slide kind of talks about goals that might be linked to those mandates that we have here, and ultimately, as far as desired outcomes, I mean, that's going to kind of come, I think, through developing our management questions with you, and then identifying the indicators, and then linking the two together and making a statement that we want to see what come from this question. What outcomes do we want to have in the forest? So, I mean, desired outcomes, sorry?
Or we come up with the desired outcomes and then they drive what the question should be.
Right, and so it's kind of embedded in the interplay between this slide and the next one. So through hearing from you what's missing in this diagram or inaccurate or needs to be adjusted, and the goals in the next slide, which we're going to reach out again on in the next slide, I think we can piece that together and start to talk about what are the desired outcomes for the system. But at the moment, we're focusing on management questions today, like what are people concerned with in general? And we can consider for the next workshop bringing that together and making a statement about desired outcomes. So that part is coming, is all I can say. Today, we're focusing on management questions. But you said kind of where are we headed here? And I think through developing these questions, we're going to get a sense of what's important to stakeholders in the state in terms of what we want to monitor for and why we want to monitor for it. So I think that's the essence of what the questions will help deliver. Some focus to us about what do we care about in the timberland ecosystems? Why? What are our questions? And that's where the monitoring with indicators comes into play and plugs in and helps to answer those questions.
Yeah,
But maybe I'm not being clear enough.
No, I'll just dive in a little bit, because Greg, what I've been hearing is a similar, I've been hearing a similar question as I've been kind of onboarding, right? I'm on board for about 2 weeks here. But I've been hearing similar sort of feedback from multiple stakeholder groups and people who are active in this field saying, yes, we have an opportunity to really get the forest right, but what does the forest looking right look like? Is that getting us back to sort of pre-gold rush and pre-gold rush, state of the forest, or is it pre-indigenous state of the forest? Native American tribes were actively managing the forest through fire and prescribed birds, and then what does that mean with rising global temperatures? And I think that's a very important question, because sort of coming into this, I had assumed that there was strong consensus in what healthy forests look like. And I think the answer around that is actually going to sort of encourage us to dive down, because each ecosystem and each sort of landscape within California and within the Sierra is going to have its own sort of unique answer to that question. There's not going to be a silver bullet of here's here's the spacing between vegetation and trees you need, because depending on the ecozone and the temperature and sort of the science around that particular habitat, we're going to have to come up with a solution for that. And so as we're moving forward and asking ourselves, what are we managing for? What's the real goal? I don't know that we have a succinct or even a clear consensus on what sort of every ecozone in California is supposed to look like. But I do, just in my own mind, have a sense of we need to make sure that what we are managing for is sustainable, that it includes that we are managing for multiple indicators all at once, that when we are improving biodiversity in these areas, we are improving watershed yield, we are improving the health of trees and vegetation in there so that they are strong and back to their natural spacing. We are improving public safety so that these aren't sort of catastrophic, out of control fires in the future. So I think that's kind of the broad question that we need to be hitting, as an example of kind of the indicators that we're looking for and what we're managing for, because I think you've identified a big gap within the scientific community on this, which is what should California's ecosystems look like? I don't know if we're going to answer that today, but I think we need to have a clear sense, and we're soliciting the input from you guys of what the outcomes of healthy forest management should be on different ecozones and communities, and make sure that we're capturing all of those as we're going forward.
Yeah, and I like to say that about that. So I think it's also important to remember that through laying out your questions today, whatever they may be, kind of in a pure sense, as you all, whether you're online or in the room, we're going to start to get a sense of what people's concerns are. But remember, monitoring programs should be objectively tracking change over time. The assessment step, where I do expect prior to launching that, we will have that discussion of what are we managing towards, what do we want to see in the forest, and what kind of performance do we expect of our indicators that we select, whether it's species diversity or level of fragmentation in the forest or whatever it is that people are interested in. I think that's where we're going to tease out these priority questions. I don't know that we have to start there to get started. I think it's important to be clear, what are your questions to begin with? Monitoring is objective. But I hear what you're saying about the concern, what are our desired outcomes. I don't know that we need to start there to start the questions going, though.
Well, and I'd be curious to see at the end of the breakout sessions today, there's going to be a large plenary discussion about what's happened in each one of the breakout sessions. I'd be kind of curious to revisit this question and see what progress has been made on answering it based on all of your input. So maybe towards the end of the day, we can take another look at it and see if there's a little bit more.
Right. But I think you're raising a very important question, and I think it has a home, and I think it's not at this workshop, but potentially the next one.
So let's take a couple more questions in the room. We had Richard up and then over here, and then we'll need to go online just in the interest of time. So Richard?
Yeah, I think to be redundant from meeting number one, I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to California Plant Society and Vern Gehring that we have an ecological performance measures situation. To my mind, the intent, and there's more than just seas, the intent of 1492 was forest and watershed restoration. And I'm really concerned that all these details and so forth are getting away from some of the main problems needing reform. And it gets into what Jessica said. There are different forest types, but everybody in the forest health and resilience, there's a lot of large trees. There's not a lot of large trees now. And what are the incentives are needed to make that happen so the landowners can grow larger trees? Everybody says it's supposed to be part of the healthy forest. So I'm really concerned that this process actually addressed that.
So I think your questions will help drive what we monitor for. So I think this is a great opportunity for you to tell us what your questions are, and then we can address that in our monitoring.
Okay, one of the things is there should be all the cumulative effect stuff with harvest plans. There's no understanding of the change of conditions and the depletion of our resources in the forest. It's not.
I think that's what we want to track. Yeah.
This
is perfect because that's what we want to do with this process.
Perfect.
Well, I think your comment is ideal at the moment.
The question you just posed is exactly what we're driving towards at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But if it takes 10 years to decide what to do on one aspect, how are we going to get there? This has been going on for decades, folks.
It has, but to these guys' defense, I think
we are looking for answers to those questions that then can become implementable as early as this fall, it looked like to me on your time frame. So yes, it's been decades. The past is the past. The future is prologue.
Let's see here.
Okay.
I got to think about that.
All right, let's take one more question in the room, and then we'll go to folks online. Sir?
Mike Carabedian, the Friends of the North Fork, American River Group. So I have an observation, and it's not a concern, and I've been trying since people started expressing their points in the last few minutes to distinguish what I'm saying from what they're saying. And my approach is what this is not, what this effort is not. Now, maybe it's not anything, but what I think, I don't see it described here. I think it is not a program about forest ecology. I don't see, well, and there's a good reason it's not, because the first text or book that came out is called Ecological Forest Management, which was published a few months ago, the Franklin and Johnson's book. So we've been taught in forestry school economics and things like the last gentleman spoke about. So yeah, I don't, it's not clear from this discussion who is responsible for making forest ecology decisions. So what everybody said has to do with that. Maybe it's RPFs, and maybe they're doing that in their work, and maybe they're tested on it. But anyway, the issue really comes down to calling this ecology. I mean, it is about system benefits and so forth. But it's not really about describing what forest ecology is or seeing what's happening to forest ecology, even though everything said here has to do with that. So, and maybe it's just a problem with calling it ecology.
Are you saying that we should be researching, like, from just a kind of fundamental basic science standpoint, what's happening in the forest, versus looking at what's happening in the forest from an ecological standpoint and trying to link it to management practices? Because that's what our goal is to link to management. And what the state is doing as a state to manage timberland ecosystems, part of a big chunk of that is to understand the ecology behind what we're observing. So our objective monitoring and observations should get at what ecologically is occurring. Well, why is that occurring? Is that just a natural state? Is climate change involved? What actions and management may be influencing those ecological outcomes? So I think it's actually fundamentally ecological in the questions. And that's why we want to make sure when you ask your questions today that it's linked to management and forest ecology.
I just don't see where the forest ecology is here. Maybe I'm missing something.
In this diagram, or?
Yeah, well, this is a different, I have one serious concern about this, but I'm talking about what we're doing here overall. I just don't see that there's somebody saying, looking at what forest ecology is. There are pieces of it.
What it is, or what is happening from?
Who is responsible for forest ecology? And what it is.
Right, so I think
I just don't see it going back to the origins of the ecology with Odom and everybody, and to what forest managed ecology is. We're talking about defining ecosystems, and so, which is fine. That really doesn't necessarily get into the actual ecology, what's on the ground. But everybody's talking about that, so
I think
maybe I should let that lie out there that this is called ecology, because it's really, I think we're really measuring performance standards and system benefits. And I just don't know where ecology comes in, frankly.
I think that it's interesting you're feeling that, and so I do want to kind of talk with you more about what exactly we're not communicating, because it is definitely all about ecology here.
Yeah.
So what flux is occurring in the forest to sequester carbon, and measuring that, quantifying that, for example, or water quality and how that's influenced by forest management and timberland extraction. So I think, like, a lot of the management activities, they feed directly into the ecological outcomes, and that's kind of the whole structure and frame of this program. So all I can say is we absolutely are deeply interested in the ecology of the forest to inform how management is impacting the forest. It's a cycle. So we'll have to talk more about it to see what's missing and how we're articulating this, because I think that's important.
Because I just don't see how that comes in, or where it's part of the definition here. Pieces of it have been talked about, but not the different groups that go into ecological management.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And if we're talking about that, what's missing is the TPZ, state policies for timber production zone, state oversight, enforcement.
Oh, yeah, we could spell that out more clearly, but I think it's kind of embedded in the timber conversions piece and also the land planning, which I think is picked up in a different section, but land use planning to regulate development in the state responsibility area.
I see the
So I think it's
connections,
kind of
but
embedded.
It's not specifically there.
Absolutely,
It's a
we
major
could,
problem. It is related to conversion and so forth.
sure.
But there is not a clear state role in that,
Not a clear state role or not listed?
not listed.
Yeah, absolutely, we can clarify.
All right, Curtis, are there any questions online?
I'm going to speak.
Oh.
Do you want to?
Sure. So, a lot of the questions have been sort of teased out in the discussion here, but there was a couple points about ownership, private land ownership, and in tribal communities. How are those groups going to be involved in the process going forward?
Private land management in which tribal communities. Right. So how are they going to be integrated into the process?
I think in a question form, what's the strategy for engaging and representing those communities?
Yeah. So we broadly invited all state stakeholders, and we did pretty expansive outreach from the last outreach we did for the first workshop. And we were hoping folks would come from different tribes that might be interested, whether they're in timberlands or not. Everyone in the state's affected by timberlands and their management. So we broadly did outreach to try to expand our outreach from the last time. And so 100%, we would like them to be in the room. We'd like them to still plug in at whatever point. They've been invited. They're always invited. So I think the outreach is, we don't really discriminate on who we outreach to. So we've really just tried to disseminate far and wide through all our channels that this is happening, and we want everybody at the table. So I think in a general sense, everyone's invited.
And then there may be future opportunity.
Yeah.
Feedback going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there another question there?
And that's all that we have at the moment. So how can private forest managers in general be involved with this ecological monitoring?
So, great. Yeah, so I think two ways is always they can communicate with me about their interest in our monitoring efforts. And I think our website has a lot of, if people go to and I have the website link at the end of the presentation, but if you go to Natural Resources Agency Forestry page, we have our ecological performance measures page, and they can always be updated about what's going on, when, how to plug in, how to participate. Today's invitation, whether it's online or in person, is open to all. So I think it's not about who you are, it's that you're at the table. So we don't care if you're a small landowner or large or tribal or conservation groups, anyone's invited. We want everyone there, and so they can plug in at any point, and they should just stay in the loop or get on our mailing list if they want to be proactively alerted. And then through this process, we are trying to get public input. So that is the intention of this workshop today and the subsequent workshops we plan.
And Loretta, can I just ask, is there, just by a show of hands, who here actually represents private land management? Anybody here in the room? Yeah, so we've got half a dozen people in the room who fall into that category. So hopefully that voice is being represented both by the people in the room and by the people online.
And I think whoever online asked that, if they are in that category, then they're already involved. And we are looking forward to them posing their questions to us today. Anybody else? One other maybe?
At this point, I think that we should probably
Okay.
proceed. There will be time for more kind of plenary group discussion in the afternoon, but let's go ahead and keep cruising through the presentation.
Yeah, and then so on this areas of state program priorities, everybody who either had a thought or might have a thought after the fact, we still are open to getting your input on how to flesh this out more and make sure what you're concerned with, whether it's TPZ or otherwise, is reflected in this chart, because this is where we need to have, this is our lens that we are going to develop management questions through today and going forward. So if something's missing, please convey that to us today. And related goals I wanted to put up here, so these are the areas of program priority, but based on goal setting. And so these are general goals. It doesn't necessarily link to any one management activity you saw on the slide before, but these are goals the state asserts is important based on the respective department's area of focus and interest and mandate, their agency or department mission. So I'm not going to read through all of this, but just to get, you have it in front of you as well. It should be on the back of your sheet if you didn't look. But the goals include maintaining and restoring timberland ecosystem structure and function, including protecting terrestrial and aquatic habitat, looking at state and federal listed species and protecting them, supporting climate resilient, adaptable communities. So that could be under this category of restoring timberland ecosystems. Other goals can include maintaining the provision of high quality, sustainably harvested timber and non-timber forest products. Other goals are effectively enforcing our regulations, protecting lives and human property, improving air quality and reducing risk to public health, and so forth. So if there's anything on this list right now, or you're just digesting it at the moment, but if there's anything on this list you feel is missing in terms of goal setting that isn't somehow encapsulated in these general categories, we would like to hear from you about it. And if not now, via email to me if you think something is just not on here that should be. But this was kind of a reflection of the working group coming together and spelling out their respective mandates based on all the management activities that they may be doing in the state. So at this moment, we could just break for a moment to see if there's anything just glaringly, obviously missing from the list that we could capture. Is there any comment? Yeah, Cedric?
Cedric White's here, Pacific Industries. Under long-term carbon sinks, I think we are missing an opportunity to point out that wood products, particularly in, say, a mass timber application, is a great opportunity to sequester carbon in the long term, and the focus on carbon sequestration shouldn't necessarily be in forest per se. There's a lot that goes on there, but if we don't understand that they can also play a role in that, facilitating that, means with which to offset emissions, I think we'll be missing a real opportunity, particularly where you're doing substitution for more highly energy embodied materials.
So in standing timber and timber products,
yeah.
in other words.
Yeah, we can definitely make that adjustment. And I think it is assumed in there, but I don't think it's spelled out appropriately, so we'll do that.
We were breaking for questions again?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
The goals.
So I saw one hand up over here.
Yeah. Was there?
Mike, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I just had a little bit of a tweak on the ecosystems structure. I think, when we're talking about protecting habitats and focusing on species, I think what we really want to focus on is expanding, habitats and promoting biodiversity. And so having forests, our management techniques be net positive.
Enhancement.
Yes.
Not just maintaining.
Yeah, not just sort of sustaining what we have,
Yeah.
but really making sure that these species are getting back to thrive the way they used to.
That's good input.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about getting a little more specific about what restore is. And to borrow from Donald Gray, we need to underrange the deranged hill slope hydrology that's happened through the tractor logging on the North Coast in particular. That the actual specific restoration goal is to restore that hydrologic balance.
Okay, got it noted. Anyone else have an addition to the general goals? Yes.
I don't think this is going to be clarifying, but I'm just going to raise it anyway.
Yeah.
I think of forest ecosystems, and I think of human communities, and there's an intersection of them. We're talking about timberland ecosystems, and now I understand why that is the phrase that's being used, because that derives from the legislation, and that's all in our public resource code. But there's something there that we need to be thinking about in that the way humans interact with a forest ecosystem pushes it into some other place. And that's the near to community areas, the areas that maybe we modify because we want to take extraordinary measures to impart fire resilience. And so there's some other category of, a way that we seek to manipulate the landscape that pushes it a little bit out of the forest ecosystem into something else and for other objectives. And so, I'm not tracking it entirely through these goals.
Yeah.
But there is some overlap.
Something's missing there, you feel. Is there
right.
something you would like to articulate now, or do you want to get back to me?
No, I'm just flagging it
yeah.
because I'm seeing that it really has to do with how humans interact with the landscape.
Yeah.
And it also goes to industrial timber and objectives there. Different landowners have some landowners have an entirely different set of objectives, but it's all affecting the landscape that has conifer trees on it.
Yes.
And so I'm just struggling a little bit with some of these terms. Timberland ecosystem is one that.
Within which a lot of
Concerns
human,
me.
yeah, within which a lot of human activities are occurring. So to
Yes.
the extent that you want to kind of tease out that essence of what you're referring to and convey it to us, we would love that.
Yeah.
And
I
it
think
is absolutely
It has to
welcome.
do with our questions and that in different, I'm just going to call them zones for
Yeah.
no other good reason, generic zones, we may have different expectations about performance.
Mhm.
How the forest should perform because it's in a certain zone.
Right.
And so we may set different expectations. We might have overall in this forest system, we want it to be trending this way.
Mhm.
But we may have different expectations about the achievement of that in different zones.
Right, depending on location.
That's
Yeah.
And
Let's
and-
follow up on that and make sure that gets articulated somehow in here. I appreciate your comment on that. Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sue, I'm glad that you brought that up because I've been sitting here most of the morning visualizing something that I want to share with everybody. The Tahoe Basin, which most of us are very familiar with. There's not a way that we're going to turn back the clock with the people development that has occurred there. So today, as we go through this and later on, we always have to keep that in front of us, is that different areas, as you just eloquently stated, are going to have to be treated, maybe not always with the optimum ecological performance in mind, because there are other uses.
Yeah, and actually that's a good point. Now I think I get it a little bit more now that I see the two coming together, the comments. And I think maybe where this lives actually is maybe, it could be in the goals, and we should look at how we articulate that in the goals. But I think where this is going to manifest most directly is in not the monitoring itself, but the assessment of the monitoring data, because that's where we can really disentangle indicators that are on their fringe habitat. They're in the extreme of their location where they would, we have extreme or kind of edge cases for an indicator where they may be on the fringe of where they are optimal. And we account for that. We can also account for the fact that they may be proximate to a giant city or so you have less expectation in those areas of, optimal 100% perfect condition, right? So picking up on that would be in the assessment stage where we say, well, we do see that it's next to a large community or, accounting for that can be done in the assessment where we kind of tease out the stressors and the relative values that we would expect for that area. But I think that can be done objectively in the assessment process.
I think that you will begin flagging it a little bit in the question. And so here's a question I'm going to have. I'm very much about fire restoration because it's an ecological process that's important to shape the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Fire restoration is not going to happen in certain parts of the forest because people already live there, or we have power lines, or we just have stuff. We have done stuff. And so, I'll be thinking about management and maybe fire restoration is not going to meet some private land timber manager's goals. And that is socially acceptable. It doesn't meet their goals, they don't want fire restoration. So that's, as an example, is going to inform my thinking about how then do I frame a management question around that. That then will link in through indicators, and then you're right, in the assessment it would clarify more, but I think you got to start now.
Yeah.
Tracking that in the management questions.
Yeah.
In our whatever our monitoring questions are, because we will surprise ourselves too much by the time we get to the assessment.
Yeah, but the assessment I think is partly, you get that contextual narrative embedded in it.
It'll be part of it there, but I think you have to start thinking that.
Absolutely, and so to the extent you want to do that in developing your question, you should, absolutely. Yeah.
Hand up over here. Right, the first bullet with the three parts.
Yes.
And maybe it's obvious, but I think it doesn't really hit the, restore and maintain forest health.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really, it talks about support climate resilient, adaptable ecosystems with species shifts, but it doesn't really just call out, if we maintain kind of a stasis condition and trees continue to die, even if climates didn't go forward, we still are looking at poor forest health conditions. So between insects and diseases, I think it's important to call that out because that's really what got us here, frankly, because 130 million dead trees that really, drove us to this decision. Of course, a couple of major wildfires that also helped contribute to that.
Okay. Thank you.
So similar to that comment, so again, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Steve Story. I'm the director of the USDA Climate Hub for California. I'm curious about the first bullet in green also, and what's more important, structure or function? And if you were to push that through the, let's just call it a climate sieve, as is articulated in the climate assessment for the state of California and the regions where this is important, would those same bullet points be there? Mindful that the bioclimatic envelope, if you will, of these state lands is shifting and shifting fast.
Right.
And do we care what it looks like as much as we care what it does? That is the structure and the function.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the answers to these. These aren't for me to address, but I think a careful set of conversations and considerations need to be kind of gone through when identifying that first bullet, because a lot of the other things that are up there trickle or fall within or under that umbrella from at least my perspective. And I don't know if you have a response for that now.
I have a thought, yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
maybe that another set of conversations down the line.
what I want to make sure partly I'm understanding it fully.
Sure.
So in essence, you're concerned or interested in making sure that we look at that with the lens of a changing climate that could actually fundamentally shift forests. Or am I reading into that? Right.
Yeah.
It is happening,
Right.
But that is kind of the essence of what you mean, right?
It is, yeah, mindful that
Yeah.
we're looking at, between a 6 and 9 degree warming by end century. Trees are long-lived species.
Right.
Some of the things we start doing in the next decade or two are going to have the potential to persist. If we
Right.
do the wrong sets of things now, they're not going to persist.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I think fundamental to what we're trying to set the stage for is that we're almost, maybe it doesn't sound very exciting, you want to eat the dinner right away, but we're setting the table. And I think deciding on these management questions and articulating that we are going to measure what's happening, what is happening, cohesively measuring across the state. We don't have that right now. So how can we react without the information to know, comparing apples to apples across the state and factoring in the fact that there's different stressors embedded in the environment, this kind of nuanced context that we're working in. There's different stressors and conditions for indicators. So when you account for that, when you account for climate change, I think that comes up really in the assessment phase where we say, yes, we objectively monitor this whole state and we measured for these different indicators what's going on, and we have a story now. We have a story at least about what the indicator performance is. But the assessment is where I think then we can inject modeling and say, well, but we know these indicators are in this condition now. We know climate is shifting more, and we're already losing, through our monitoring, we see we're already, between our monitoring and what FRAP is doing, we can kind of tell a cohesive story and I think respond appropriately in our adaptive management. So I think it would get addressed at that phase. Up front, if there's language alterations you want to do here to kind of capture that concern, I'd love to know your proposal. Just for this is kind of the upfront state, these are our goals to implement our programs and regulations and policies. But if we could tweak it to make it capture more what you're saying, let me know how to do that. Maybe I welcome it.
Steve, I think I'm not a scientist. You are. I think if I heard what I thought I heard, I think that first bullet, if it were changed somehow to reflect language along the lines of accounting or taking into consideration climate change, maintain and restore, I would put function in front of structure personally. I think function is more, it's sort of form versus function question. Would that get to your concern?
I don't know all the way. It's not going to look the same, right?
But totally understood. Yeah.
And I think we need to kind of collectively get our heads around that, but know that there are demands of an increasing population in the state through the shifts that are going to occur on those, let's just call them like pseudo wildlands, if you will. I don't know how that's characterized them, that we will demand of them societally. We will need things from them. If they look a little different, is that okay?
Yeah.
Right? I don't have the answer to that, certainly, but I think there are a lot of areas when we start thinking about baseline conditions or desired conditions, you're this is mine, and this is not necessarily the perspective of the department that I work for, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because there's so much uncertainty, not with just the change mean conditions, but when we're gonna be hit by the actual dog of climate change, which are extreme events. Those are system correcting events, and they're gonna increase in intensity and frequency. So are we setting ourselves up in this framework such that we're okay if things maybe look a little bit different on the landscape, mindful of the embeddedness of the social kind of re-engineering of these landscapes, that we're still getting what we need from them to perform functionally as a state? I don't know if that's too high level, but it just concerns me when we think like it's gonna look like this, and by God, we're gonna do it, right? But all of the stressors pushing and disturbances on that system are saying it's actually not, right? It can look like these other things and still kind of do this other stuff, but it's not gonna look like what you said it's gonna look like. So I just wanna be mindful that when we take whatever we take, push it, thoughtfully push it through that kind of, that sieve, if you will, of all the climate stressors and disturbances we're expecting in this state in the foreseeable future, and can we still get those bullet points, or do they need to be tweaked? And this is a set of conversations I think that we can continue to have, we're having.
And that third bullet point,
Yes.
yeah, and that third bullet point touches on it a little about this climate resilience, and I know the combination of the two is probably offensive. I know pairing adaptation and resilience is not quite ideal, but we can tease this out more if we want to reflect in the backdrop of all of these goals. We have a fundamentally shifting climate and conditions, and so when we frame what we want to do in our goals, we need to be cognizant of that, and in the assessment stage, we need to especially track that particular question.
Right,
So,
yeah, and it's setting ourselves up for success, right, and not trying to define out like these, these targets that are just not achievable. And we're here to help, right? I mean, my program and through the help on the task force, all we're here is to help facilitate it.
would you say these goals in their fundamental sense are not achievable though, or is that your, like, maintaining and restoring timberland?
Structure is not achievable.
Right.
Yeah, as I listen to you more, it sounds like the problem that you have with that statement is the maintain and restore part of it.
You're backwards thinking.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna get back to that. We shouldn't.
Exactly, this idea that we're gonna go back to historic forests is fundamentally wrong, given that climate change is changing our forests. And so this idea of being a historical forest is fallacious.
In highly managed situations potentially, and in some situations on the landscape perhaps, but like by and large across the state, the best available science tells us that we can expect market shifts, especially in the areas we're talking about in this workshop, right? These are our low, mid-elevation forests. They're the first that are going to get hit by events associated with climate change, be they just change mean conditions or the extreme events. And there might be, there are some forest scientists that think there's going to be these patches, there's going to be refugia, there's going to be private land that's been managed way, way differently, intensively managed private land that could persist in time, that you might be able to go, a little bit backwards on, but by and large, no, we don't have the capacity to do that.
Yeah.
There'll certainly be a lot more discussion around this, certainly in your breakouts and moving forward in future workshops as well. Cedric had a hand up, and then I do want to go to folks online to ask any questions, and then we need to continue with the presentation. So, Cedric?
Well, just briefly, because it probably should go to the breakout, but I think about maybe it's some of that's the perception of where forests were historically. I mean, like Collins and Steffen's 2015 rings in my ears, where the average number of trees is 10 per acre, which is not the 400 that we have now. So if we got to a place, and other owners will have different tree densities, but I can't, while I totally recognize that we need to lead to hit the target that we want to meet to produce the society's demands for natural resource outputs, I don't give up necessarily on creating a structure that kind of optimizes our expectations. But
no, in that regard, I agree, but I think there are other situations where some of those species are being pushed out of their envelope, right?
Yeah.
So their range is changing right in front of their eyes.
And I think, and so I think that's really going to inform when our monitoring, and we have monitoring that's already tracking what you're saying. You're saying this is happening, we do have science behind that. And so that would be integrated into our monitoring And as we look at assessment and then recommendations of adaptive management, I mean, that's where that conversation would really be, happening.
Yeah.
Fundamentally.
All right, any questions from the folks online before we move on?
Sure, there were a couple questions about developing a baseline. One.
So we discussed baseline earlier. Was there anything new in the questions you're seeing?
There's one getting specifically about the public use of state highways, how that's incorporated into the baseline.
I like to talk about the baseline piece. So as you'll find out if you go back and listen to the first workshop or read the white paper, we do treat the discussion of baseline in there and how the methods that we will go through, or the steps we'll go through to kind of address and wrangle the issue of baseline. But I think like this workshop isn't focused on those methods in detail, but we did talk a lot about range of variation for an indicator. So you might have an indicator you're measuring. What's the natural, or what's that range of variation that an indicator may naturally have, in terms of its value. And then baseline is another piece of the discussion. So we talk about it in the white paper, we talked about it in the first workshop, but it's not that we're not addressing it, it's just not the focus of today's workshop. So.
I think the other questions online can be teased out in the breakout sessions.
Wonderful.
Great, okay. And so now we're, I just wanted to give a little basic breakdown of the session that we're gonna go through now in your individual tables and online. I know that Sam's gonna work with you directly online to capture all your questions. So the 3 sessions are kind of a stepwise approach because we realized that if you just say, what is your management question? There are lots of questions that we might have about ecosystems or the timberland ecosystem, but they may not be management questions. And so we do need to be very particular about that. And, we will work with you to help tease out those pieces, but we need questions that are going to inform adaptive management, and we need to know how our actions are influencing the state's trends and transitions. But it's not enough to just say, how are things going? What are the trends? You need to know how the actions are impacting, how management actions are impacting these things. So the way we break it down is we break it down into asking you, what are biophysical or socioeconomic attributes that are of interest to you? And so biophysical attributes we define kind of in the next slide here. They're physical and ecological characteristics of timberland ecosystems that may be of interest to you. So they could be watercourse, they could be things like watercourse and lake protection zones, but more specifically, maybe you're interested in canopy cover in riparian habitat, or slope stability, that theme of slope stability for water quality. You might be interested generically in fire behavior, or more specifically severity of fire, or the introduction of invasives based on fire behavior. You might be interested in the frequency and size of fire. Other examples are meadow habitat, the abundance of meadow habitat, or spotted owl or wolves. So biophysical is very broad, but all of it should be fundamentally speaking back to management in the end. So biophysical characteristics in general. There's also socioeconomic ones. Maybe you're interested in high quality timber products, or you're interested in non-timber forest products, or the access to recreation somehow. Ultimately, whatever you choose has to be measurable. It can't just be something it has to be something that we can measure in fact, because this has to ultimately feed into our monitoring program where we can measure what you're interested in. So it can be anything from your personal or professional perspective that concerns you. Maybe I'm interested in, I'm interested in late sterile stage forest cover or something like that. So then that would be kind of my biophysical category I'm interested in. And then the last piece of it are management areas of concern. So the second breakout session, we're going to look at what are your management areas of concern. So maybe you're interested in these biophysical or socioeconomic attributes, but what related to those in management terms are you concerned with? So maybe at the late sterile stage forest cover and the abundance of late sterile stage forest cover in an area, you might be interested in the timber harvest practices specific to stocking standards, or rotation lengths or something like this. So you just kind of really need to tease out, working with your session, what is it specifically you're interested in? If you say biodiversity, can you tell us a little more? What about biodiversity interests you? So we're hoping in the sessions you can kind of work together to brainstorm and tease out each other's interests. And there's no bad ideas. No one should discourage one another in terms of ideas. Let's just encourage detail. And that ultimately whatever you suggest can somehow be quantified. That's very important. So your biophysical attributes, or socioeconomic attributes you point out, added to your management area of interest, whatever it may be linked to your biophysical or socioeconomic attributes. They come together to get you to see your management question. Because launching right into a management question often is not so easy. So we're hoping this breakdown, this kind of stepwise approach will get you there. So again, the management questions would then be your specific questions to address the impacts management has on ecosystems. So that kind of gets back to our fundamental, we're studying the ecology here. So we need to understand how that management is changing something ecologically in the timberland ecosystem. And then we'll be rotating around to help out. But I think Sam's going to kind of explain the instructions now.
Yeah. Thanks, Loretta. So the important thing to remember, and Loretta touched on this a little bit, as she said, there are no bad ideas. I want to make sure that it's really clear with everybody that in none of these exercises are we expected to reach consensus as a group. We're just trying to identify kind of the range of options that you all have, or range of suggestions you all have when it comes to, again, the attributes in the first session, management areas in the second session, and then finally the specific management questions you have that tie everything together after lunch. So in the first one, as Loretta mentioned, we're going to work in the groups you're seated at now. And I'll actually ask if there's any volunteers willing to fill in a couple of seats over here, if you don't mind moving, just so that we have sort of equal numbers in each one of the groups. That would be great. But in the first breakout session, we're going to identify a list of biophysical and socioeconomic attributes. You'll have 30 minutes to do that. After that, we're moving into breakout session 2, and this is really important. You'll have a little bit of time to identify all of the different management areas of interest or management activities that you're kind of concerned about. We'll list those up, but really the most important part of that second breakout session is to link each one of those areas of interest to the attributes you developed in the first session. This is all spelled out in a lot more detail in one of the handouts. Hopefully everybody grabbed just that top one there. It's labeled Workshop 2 Breakout Group Instructions. For those of you in the room, take a few minutes to read through this in some detail. For the folks online, things are going to work a little bit differently for you, and I'll explain that. To all of you once we break for the first session here. As I said, after lunch, we'll come back together. Loretta, I, and the rest of the staff around the room are going to be busily kind of grouping all of your suggestions into themes. And then you'll have the opportunity to develop specific management questions around those different themed groups.
Would it benefit to give a couple of examples of actual questions, or?
Yeah, so if you do have this sheet available, you can see how it's kind of spelled out. Throughout all of the materials we're identifying, you'll see reference to A, B, and C attributes we're having standards. Did you have a question?
No, I was bringing handouts. I was.
Oh, understood.
Raising my hand.
So A in all of the different materials refers to attributes. B is your management areas of interest, and then C are those management questions we're driving towards. But if you look on the back page here, there's a couple of examples. So if the attribute you're interested in is wildland fires, maybe the specific activities or areas of interest that link to that are fuels treatment or vegetation management. Based on those two things, your specific management question might be, based on fuel treatment type, what is the frequency, size, and severity and behavior of those fires? So again, stepwise, A, B, and then C. We'll post up during the break that we're about to have. We'll post a longer list of questions that we've developed on the screens, just kind of for reference. But we really want to make sure, and you'll have a facilitator in each one of your groups to help you focus on the task at hand. So attributes in the first, management areas in the second, and breakout and management questions in the third. Loretta already mentioned it, but the goal here is really to get to the level of specificity needed to come up with really good management questions after lunch.
Yeah, and then again, I encourage you to kind of pull up that colorful sheet I gave you, the handout on areas of state program priorities. The goals, yes, but really the first page of it, where we kind of list out all the state activities in a general sense that we're doing. If you kind of marinate on that, because that's really that should be the lens with which you kind of develop your questions, because ultimately our goal is to speak back to AB 1492's mandate. How are our regulations impacting our ecosystems? policies, programs, not just regulations. So hopefully that will inspire you to say, oh yeah, I'm really worried, I'm really interested in Endangered Species Act implementation, and I'm interested in spotted owl, and let's put that together. What about Endangered Species Act and spotted owl specifically are you concerned with? So hopefully, you know, through just looking at this, it'll help inspire your thoughts, but we'll help you too.
Yeah. So for this to be successful, the one thing that I want to ask all of you in the room and online are the definitions that we've laid out here in terms of biophysical and socioeconomic attributes and management areas of interest. Are those clear to folks in the room? It's really important that you understand all of those. I'm seeing some heads shaking. No, not at all. What's your question, sir?
I'm not going to talk about the absence of defining or explaining what you call it. Everybody's talking about pieces of it, but there's no measure. I think there's no question about how we're going to measure that, who's measuring it.
Mm-hmm.
And the list of what the agencies are doing is what they're doing. There's some things they're not doing, like TPZ.
Well, and that's another thing to talk about is how, you know, the lack of an activity that you think is not happening, how is that impacting the resource of concern that you have, whatever it is. Maybe it's American River water quality and the lack of a certain kind of management practice. How is that impacting the resource? And putting those questions together. So you can also point out what's not being done by the state. That's a very good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Other questions on the definitions that we have here? Yes?
None on the definitions.
No. Okay.
Or what does this? Is anyone online?
I just want to make sure. I think my answer's, I think I know the answer, but I'm going back to my stumbling over the phrase timberland ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about the communities adjacent to them or oppressed or mixed in with them.
You can come at that angle.
Communities.
You're welcome to the socioeconomic piece in whatever way, shape, or form you want to articulate that is welcome. That's why we kind of added the socioeconomic, because we're interspersed in our timberlands. As long as whatever your question is can ultimately, we can drill down and get a measurement from that, quantifying it somehow. Yeah. What was your actual?
So it was the term impacts is impacts intentional, or is it meant not in this slide, the one before?
Yeah.
Or is it meant to be effects?
Sorry, impacts. I'm sorry, where?
Where is it?
Wherever the one before this, I think, actually, before this one. Before this one, sorry. I don't know where it was now.
Oh, impacts.
I think it was the second slide.
Forest management impacts.
It was in the directions that you guys put up on the screen.
Oh yeah, maybe it's this one.
Right there.
Yeah.
So it says identify the list of these impacts, attributes impacting. So
Positively or negatively, you know, somehow.
Okay. So
somehow.
effects.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not attributes of, it's things that are
Sorry,
pushing
what?
the system.
What?
So I read this as you want to know the biophysical and
Influencing.
socioeconomic.
Yeah.
So like pushing the system, not the attributes of the system.
Can you
I see what
explain?
you're saying. That's a good point, everybody. Yeah,
Ooh,
I'm
I
trying
thought that
to.
was the items themselves. not
Yeah,
the-
can you kind of parse that out first, just so we know what you're doing?
So like a biophysical attribute impacting California timberlands might be climate change,
Mhm.
whereas a biophysical attribute of
Yeah,
the system may
kind of
be-
objectively.
Yeah. right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
sorry, the second one, do you have it?
It might be,
Species composition of the
yeah, right,
forest.
species composition or soils or.
Yeah, it's
something
kind of a
like
neutral
that.
identification. Yeah. So I should have, that is a mistake there. Impacting would imply some kind of, right. I think you should just neutrally identify biophysical or socioeconomic resources and the characteristics
Mhm.
that are of interest to you.
Yeah.
Let's take impact off,
Right.
just of interest to you generically, those attributes, not impacting per se. That's kind of more of the management question.
Right.
Yeah.
But to make sure we're addressing your question, so you mentioned climate change and you mentioned, what was the second one, sorry?
Species composition.
Species
or
composition. I
water
think
quality.
we're trying to identify both of those, is that correct?
Identify both of those.
As attributes,
Yeah,
we
they can
want
be
to hear about
attributes.
both of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
So if we're getting hung up on the word impacts, it's, you know, we can use effects or
It's a good point.
any other terminology.
That's a
We'll
fair
certainly
point,
make
yeah.
those changes. Thank you.
And then the breakout session 2, the management activities or areas of interest, does that make sense to everybody? What kind of management we're talking about? So it can really be anything under the sun as long as it reflects kind of that slide I showed you, the state priority areas. Or if it's missing, if something's not on there that the state's not doing, you can point that out. But as specific as you can be and make sure it's measurable.
Right. Again, you'll have a facilitator on hand in each one of your groups to walk through the instructions again if you need to. At this point, though, I think we want to go ahead and break. I know everybody's been sitting for a little while. Restrooms out the door, refreshments. We're going to start the first breakout session at 11:30 exactly. So please be back in your groups by then. And if there's anybody willing to move over to this group, that would be wonderful.
And online folks.
I will handle the online folks.
At 11:30, everybody. So see you guys soon. I'm going to mute the mic for now for you guys.
The instructions here are going to be a little bit different than the folks in the room. I would ask if you've dialed in via phone, you will be able to ask questions by using the little hand raise feature on the dashboard of your webinar. Feel free to use that once we start the discussion. You are also welcome to use the chat function. Let me ask one question of you, and maybe I can just get a little guinea pig here. Can folks hear me okay? If you could type in an answer, yes or no, using your chat function, that would be great. Okay, getting a lot of yeses. How's the level of background noise? Is there too much background noise for all of you? We do have 4 groups going in the room. Wonderful. Thank you all for joining and bearing with us. We have a lot going on at the moment. All right. So before we jump into it, again, feel free to use your hand raise feature or just the question and answer. The focus of the first breakout session is going to be on identifying those biophysical and socioeconomic attributes that Loretta discussed. Does anybody have questions about just the definitions that were provided?
Well, let's just pretend that
Okay. So I have one question up here for a quick example. Think of the biophysical or socioeconomic attributes as the physical or economic or social thing that you're trying to address through management. So so if we think of so if you think of wildland fire, that would be a biophysical attribute of that needs to be managed. A management area or interest, and again that will be identified during session number 2, would be fuels treatment or vegetation management. Then from that you develop the specific type of management question. So an example of the management question that we'll be identifying in the afternoon is what is the fire frequency, size, severity, or behavior. There's a question from Lisa Worthington on here. Would roads management be an economic attribute? I would say roads management is probably more of a management area or activity. If you think through what an attribute would be, the biophysical attribute might be sediment or runoff from forest roads. The an economic roads question would be about perhaps recreation access or commercial access to timberlands. Lisa, does that answer your question? Great. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into it. And again, feel free to either use the hand raise feature and speak your responses, or just ask a question the way many folks have been online. Let me just open it up to you. We want to start listing out all of those biophysical or socioeconomic attributes.
That's right.
Any thought? Okay, so Paul Hughes, thank you very much for that suggestion. So timber extraction and logging.
I mean, there are
List that out.
But logistically, it's
Great. I have a question or attribute suggested by Karen Youngblood. So water infiltration, as in increasing soil capabilities for water infiltration and water storage. Great, thank you very much. Biofuels extraction or harvesting. Smoke impacts from wildfire. That's obviously going to be a big one. I know many of you are concerned about that. Recreational use, great. On that, so Paul, you had listed recreational use. Can you be more specific? Again, as Loretta mentioned, we're trying to get down to a measurable attribute, and recreation could be, it could be a number of individuals using a particular facility. But is there anything specific about recreation use that you wanted to address? Camping, hiking, backcountry use. Certainly items near and dear to my heart. As much as I love the snow, I can't wait to actually get up there when some of it melts off. Right. Thank you for that. So again, from Paul, you mentioned more passive use of folks living in the forest, such as retirees. Can you provide a little bit more information on that? I apologize, I'm not quite following. And while you're thinking through that, you go on to the next one.
We were just starting out with but are we also now?
Peter LaCourte asks, wildlife effects on the ecosystem, such as imbalance of deer populations, I assume due to lack of apex predators, leading to increased browsing of oak seedlings. That's an interesting one. I'll certainly capture that.
I'm voting for maintain and enhance biodiversity. So your restoration. I think your point was a good one. In this case, I think it's identical.
Then we have expanding pace and scale of prescribed fuels treatment along state highways to establish defensible space along public roads. So this is an interesting one, Lisa, and thank you for suggesting that. I would think, if we're talking about specific prescribed fuels treatments, it would seem like that's almost more of a management area of interest than a specific attribute. Although if you're talking about the pace and scale and the potential impact of that, it seems like it could be a little bit of a gray area and fall into both. So I'll capture it for now, and we'll come back to that in the second session. All right.
Exactly, then you have biodiversity as resources.
Julie Fair asks, aquatic habitats. Is there anything specific about aquatic habitats that you're interested in, Julie? We can come back to that. All right. Kristen Walters is asking, asking just about wildlife habitat generally. Yes, I would certainly say that that's an attribute, but we're trying to get down to a little bit higher level of specificity. You know, it could be you're concerned about habitat fragmentation, you know, abundance of habitat in a particular region, whatever it may be. And I can actually, since Loretta is right here, maybe I can get her input. So the question was just about wildlife habitat generally, and I'm wondering if there's a way that you would sort of increase the specificity of that.
What about wildlife habitat are they concerned with?
Yeah, that's the question that
Yeah.
I posed. And I apologize for folks online. Loretta and I are discussing here just to try to get that to be a little bit more specific.
Is there, what aspect of wildlife habitat can you talk about what they're thinking?
I think she's typing.
Yeah.
Thank you. These are all great suggestions. I really appreciate it. Hopefully folks are still able to hear okay. I'm kind of, Loretta's being great and moving between the different groups to answer content-specific questions. So if you hear me kind of ducking off to the side, it's to ask her and relay a question. Thank you for that. Rich Klug is asking, would limitations on management from endangered species be an attribute to be considered?
Limitations on management?
Yeah.
Can he elaborate on what he means?
Yeah.
What does he mean, limitations on management? What kind of management? What limitations?
Mm-hmm.
Quality and quantity.
Aaliyah, animal biodiversity.
Let me take one from somebody who is called in. I apologize, I didn't see the hand up earlier. Susan Husari had a suggestion or a question. Did you have one that you wanted to speak? I've unmuted you.
Oh, I actually didn't call in. Can you hear me? I'm trying to get into the chat, and I've sent you quite a few things. I'm not sure you're getting them.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I apologize.
Okay, I'll just read you what I sent you in the chat. Demographics, planning regulations, and building codes.
Great, yes, I have that in the chat, so I will record all of those. And then just so folks are aware, we'll be taking everything that you're suggesting right now, and as I mentioned as we mentioned during the plenary session, Loretta and I are going to be combining all of these during lunch so that the folks in the room have the opportunity to see everything you've provided, and likewise during the final report back, you'll have an opportunity to see what they've provided, just so you know that we are capturing everything. Thank you for that, Susan.
Sure.
Okay, comment from Adam here. Harvesting and extraction are management activities, not biophysical attributes. What we really want to know, what within the ecosystem are they concerned might be impacted by management or extraction. And again, you probably heard it during the group discussion. I know there was a little hang up around the word impacted, and we're kind of thinking that could be either positive or negative. Thank you for that clarification, though, Adam. That's really important. We'll be talking specifically about management activities like harvesting and extraction in the next breakout session. All right, Paul Hughes, thank you very much. Your refined question about retirees there. Would a retirement community that relies on quiet and aesthetic values be socioeconomic? So, you know, I can only speak from my own experience doing other resource management processes in the past, and aesthetic values are absolutely considered a lot of the time, at least for those of you that routinely have to deal with, you know, EIRs and EISs. That is a value that's addressed. So I would say certainly. I will chart it down here and we'll make sure to capture that. Julie, thank you for the clarification about wildlife habitat. So again, you mentioned here just healthy wildlife habitat. You know, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, and I would just think it came up in our earlier discussion, but defining what we mean by healthy wildlife habitat or kind of our desired outcomes is going to be really important, and I think you'll probably have to structure your management discussions around that. Paul, you had several others here about kind of folks who live in and near the forest. I'm guessing you mean more than just the wildland urban interface, but folks that are really living in some of these low population areas. Road access in the event of a wildfire, need to evacuate. That's helpful. Rich, the cost of CEQA limits many small landowners from trying to conduct fuel reduction and management projects. Additionally, the lack of infrastructure for wood product utilization is an economically limiting factor. So I think there's a bunch there to unpack. You mentioned kind of cost of doing a full CEQA review, and then lack of infrastructure. I'm guessing you mean road access and processing facilities. So let's see. Let me just make sure that I capture this correctly. You have lack of infrastructure, and am I correct in saying that road access and then actual processing facilities are what you're speaking of there? That's a question for Rich Klug.
So I don't know if you break that down or not. Indicators, or we're gonna take care of This is the brain. Later on, I think we can talk about how we measure for meeting that.
All right, Rich, thank you for that clarification. I'm scrolling through all of your responses here. Stand resilience. Vic, Germany, you have one here about utility corridors, both gas and electric. Can you be a little bit more specific there? What's the concern or specific attribute associated with utility corridors? Removal of vegetation. So veg removal. I would think of vegetation removal. Whether it's mastication, whether it's controlled burning, whatever it may be, would be more of a management activity than an attribute. So is your and Julie follows up adequate fuel breaks to support fire suppression. I would think of those as kind of management activities. So is the concern there, and this is a question for Vic, is the concern there specifically about access for maintenance to utility corridors or fuels and fire, wildfire generally? Access for maintenance and wildfire. Great, thank you very much. All right. Make sure I haven't missed any. Julie, thank you very much. Julie Fair, forest stand resilience to catastrophic wildfire, beetle kill, I assume invasive species, and impacts of climate change. That's a huge one. I think each one of those can probably be broken into a separate attribute, and we'll make sure to capture that. Adequate water quality and supply to sustain aquatic habitats. That's great. Thank you. Great. Let me give you just a couple more minutes.
because I can't measure, I guess you have.
Are there any folks who wanted to deliver a verbal comment? Just have Susan. And no worries at all if you prefer to type things in.
Let's say, can I check that box? It's been kind of. So, well, there's that.
Where I struggle with the whole
Yeah.
floating and resilience. It's like,
Okay. So we have a few more minutes left. Feel free to continue making some suggestions. If you wouldn't mind just posing direct questions to me, we'll capture those down. In the next couple of minutes, I'm going to be taking what you've provided so far and just jotting it down to make sure that we have a comprehensive list, and we'll use that moving forward. But please do feel free with the next couple of minutes to continue making submissions, and we will go ahead and reconvene right at noon for the next breakout. So go ahead, stretch your legs a little bit if you need to. And if you have additional suggestions, keep sending them in using the question function in your webinar. So thank you all very much. All right, folks, thank you for all those great suggestions. We have a pretty extensive list here. I'm going to go ahead and start getting the folks in the room here to move on to the next session. And I will be back with you in just a moment. Again, if you do have any final suggestions here with our next just couple of minutes, feel free to keep sending those in. I think I captured everything you've submitted, though. Thank you. All right, folks, thanks for bearing with us as we got everything in order here in the room. Looks like I still have most of you on the line. Appreciate it. So now we want to shift gears a little bit. You came up with a long, great list of all the different attributes you're concerned with. We want to spend the next 15 minutes or so identifying management activities. And then with the second half of this breakout session before we actually split for lunch, we're going to be linking the activities you identify to the attributes you did in the in the first session. So with that, same way we did before, feel free to either raise your hand and I can unmute you, or type in a question for the group's consideration. But what management activities or management areas of interest do you have that we want to make sure to identify? Hopefully I have you all back here.
Something from, you call that afforestation. The real key is that period, I think. Well, there's new areas.
All right, so the first one, and thank you for jumping in first, Paul. From Paul Hughes, an emphasis on carefully done controlled burns over thinning. And again, remember folks, we're not really trying to come to consensus here. We're just trying to identify your whole range of management interest areas. So emphasis on fuels and thinning. Rich mentions no one mentioned prescribed fire, but in most cases we need to be sure to mechanically treat fuels before prescribed fire. So there you have, different, a little bit, not necessarily difference of opinion, but two different strategies. One on mechanically treating fuels, so I would assume that's massication, potentially some thinning, and then Paul, who suggested burns over thinning. So you can see there's obviously, and you all live and breathe this every day, there's different strategies to address some of the same issues. All right. Paul, you mentioned here logging projects that are aimed at recruiting more big trees on the landscape. I know that we're not getting into this kind of positive or negative aspects very much, but can you just say, so would that be a management activity or area of interest that you just want to learn more about, or that you would consider kind of a, no. Nope, yeah. If you can just provide a little bit more information again on logging projects that are aimed, would consider a positive goal. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Karen Youngblood suggests slash packing swales and smaller headwater stream channels to encourage water infiltration. Okay, that's really specific. Much appreciated with that level of specificity. Sorry. Karen, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation on this, but hucal culture, bearing wood on slopes to improve water storage. Julie suggests repairs to forest roads associated with timber and fire activities to prevent excessive sediment. I was wondering when that one was going to come up. Thank you, Julie. All right.
But this could save.
Kristen, you mentioned cumulative impacts of fuel breaks and vegetation clearing, both roadside and otherwise. So I'm almost wondering if that's not and here again we have a bit of a gray area. That almost seems like an attribute or some, something to be considered. I'm going to capture it here though, just because I think that it kind of spills over and it'll really lend itself to some management questions after we come back from lunch. Shaded fuel breaks on trending ridges. Another one from Karen. Thank you, Karen. Rich says the forest practice rules have some good exemptions that help with CEQA costs. We need to be sure that these exemptions are continued and expandable.
I still had tributaries that were cut off for the dam.
Great, thank you for the clarification, Paul. I see that you just followed up on the logging to recruit larger trees. Rich, you mentioned that forest practice rules have some good exemptions that help with CEQA costs. We need to be sure these exemptions are continued and expanded. That's great. Again, really specific, and would obviously have a really important impact on the work that all of you do. Lisa mentions establishing fuels treatment prescriptions along state highway corridors that are in alignment with larger context of timber ecosystem and land management goals. Thank you, Lisa. Julie mentions thinning and prescribed fire to reduce conifer encroachment in meadows. And obviously, you know, if the establishment and protection of meadows would be an attribute that you're interested in, or just forest, you know, alpine meadows in general, is there a management activity or interest that would sort of be the opposite of that, Julie? And I don't know, you know, not knowing enough about your background, I don't know if that's something you can speak on, but it just seems like there's probably Paul says, I'm currently working on a project to speed up succession to climax forestry by downing madrone and tan oak and planting with Doug fir and redwood. So he has to consider how this is going to affect carbon sequestration, the watershed, wildlife, fire zones, a whole host of things. But I think it also speaks a little bit to Paul's earlier comment about just recruiting more large coniferous trees. Sorry, Paul says restoring more public oversight and transparency to emergency salvage logging, sanitation logging, etc. So. Let's see, I think there certainly is, Paul, I think there is a management interest area or activity in there. It almost seems like that's kind of a specific policy recommendation as opposed to a forest management practice, but I'm not sure. What are your thoughts on that? Certainly, you know, if we start talking about public oversight, I know that's something the Resources Agency is really interested in, but where's the direct nexus there with an actual management practice? I understand. Sorry, thank you for the clarification, Paul. All right, we are moving along here. That raises kind of an interesting question. You know, if we're talking about rule changes, that applies not just to California timberlands, but obviously, you know, federally managed landscapes as well. Are there other forest rules that you all think might need to be modified? And I realize I'm kind of opening Pandora's box here. Similar to what Paul suggested, that might be, you know, good management activities. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, Paul. Paul says many rules that should be changed. Okay. Lisa Worthington asks, I'm told that if a state department such as Caltrans is the lead agency of a fuels treatment project that results in a net profit through a timber sale, Caltrans cannot keep the revenue. The revenue goes into the general fund. This is a snag that may halt the ability of that State Department or any State Department doing similar projects to continuously fund fuels treatment along state highways. So now we're really getting into funding questions. And I think similar to the question of are there forest rules that should change, I'm sure there's any number of comments and suggestions people would have on improving funding mechanisms. But let's think, Lisa, is there a specific, forest management practice that could sort of be linked back to the question of revenue? I'm sorry, I'm sort of thinking out loud here. Julie writes, regulatory processes. I think the suggestion is to create regulatory processes to support restoration and enhancement of timber ecosystems. In other words, don't excessively delay projects, allow for adaptive management. They're not contradictory among agencies. This may be less related to biophysical and socioeconomic attributes, but seems like an important management area. That certainly seems reasonable to me, and I think, if we look back to the kind of the origins of AB 1492, I think that's one of the major questions that they're trying to answer. How do regulations change to address sort of the changing landscape that we all work in? Thank you for that, Julie. Let's see. Paul, snag foresting ecosystems continue to be underrepresented compared to pre-European arrival. So obviously, huge species issue there. If we think about any number of species that need snags, I know that's an issue that always comes up. So jot that down. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the clarification on revenue streams, Lisa. Thank you for that comment, Rich. So, the issue of snag recruitment came up, obviously critical for a number of different species. And Rich mentions, it's kind of a balancing act. On the one hand, you have this requirement or need for snags for sensitive species. On the other hand, if an area burns, then you have almost over-recruitment where on federal lands in particular, that if not treated could pose a threat to neighboring private landowners. And as a result, private landowners are worried about replanting their forest. Rich, you've also asked a question directly to Paul, and Paul Hughes, feel free to respond, or if you'd like to take it offline, we can connect the both of you, but he's asking for additional information on snag recruitment or number of snags being underrepresented compared with pure pre-European arrival. I don't know if that's a question that you can answer right now, or if it's a conversation that should be taken offline, but Rich was just wondering about a little more information there. And like I said, happy to connect both of you if that's better. Okay. So Paul responded there that Dr. Chad Hansen from the John Muir Project has some recent science on it. So why don't we follow up? I'll just make a quick action item here to get that information back to you, Rich. This is wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. Great. Thank you all. So I want to do one final check-in, but we kind of need to shift gears a little bit here. you have a huge list of things that you've mentioned. We'll be kind of working through it over the next couple of minutes. I want to start thinking about how we link these specific management interests or management areas to the attributes you listed out in the first breakout session. During lunch, and I'm happy to send it around to those of you online, I'll actually break this down into a simpler write-up, so that you can see where all the linkages are made. We'll sort of go through it right now, though, making one note. All right. Starting back at the top, the first management area that you listed was just an emphasis on controlled burns. There were a number of subsequent questions on fuels management, treatment, be it for utility corridors, forest health generally, snag recruitment, everything that it may be. But let's think about linking that to some of the attributes you listed out in the first breakout. You had discussed, in the first breakout, you had discussed timber extraction and logging, water infiltration, biofuels extraction, smoke impacts, obviously. If you think about all of the attributes that we discussed in the first one, and hopefully this will work, I realize you don't have it all in front of you, but what attributes can we kind of assign or emphasis of controlled burns to? Hopefully that question is clear. I can certainly rephrase it if needed. But which attributes should we put controlled burns under? Please rephrase. Okay. During the first breakout, you listed a whole series of biophysical and socioeconomic attributes. And the question now, if we take, for example, forest stand resilience, which of the management interests you identified fit under that? So you have emphasis of controlled burns, mechanical treatment before burning, slash packing swells, hugelkultur, repairs to roads associated with commercial forestry. Which attributes can we fit some of those forest management practices under? And I'll just walk through the list. Timber extraction and logging. Which of the management interests we've just identified fit under timber extraction and logging? All of the above. Yeah, that was kind of my concern with starting with that one. Okay. Let me take a look at some of the other ones here. I think also, it may be entirely possible once we're offline and have a break to match a lot of these up, but I want to make sure to get as much of your input as possible before we do get to that break. All right, if we think of, let me take one, for example, smoke impacts. What are some management interests or areas that might fit under smoke impacts? Let's see, obviously, timing of controlled burns, thank you. That's great, Julie. Fuels treatment, sure. Julie, the timing of controlled burns there, that would be that's directly associated with just, let's see. I'm sorry, I actually answered my question before I asked it. My apologies. Are there other ones for smoke impacts that we should be considering? Yes, Paul raises an interesting question there. that obviously balancing the smoke and air quality issues associated with controlled burns is important. If you don't do them now, the impact could be far more catastrophic later. Let's see. Rich suggests the construction of small biofuels, biomass plants to reduce open air burning. Okay. All right. Just in the interest of time, let's walk through a few more of these so I can get a good sense of kind of the line of thought. Education. Karen, thank you for your clarification on the culture question. I think I have a pretty good clarity of where that links up. Dr. Moreno asks, does prescribed fire size influence subsequent sediment flows into streams and slopes? So that's an excellent explanation and example of how you could link a number of these things into a specific management question. So thank you for that. I think that's certainly one that will roll forward to the third breakout. All right, let's look at another one of the attributes that you outlined. Why don't we take let's see. There was one about wildlife habitat and specifically defining healthy habitat. What are some, and I realize that's fairly broadly stated. I kind of combined a bunch of them into one. But what are some management areas of interest if we think about healthy wildlife habitat? What are some specific management areas of interest that we could identify here? And just as a caveat, I realize this may be another one of those that all of these sort of apply to in a way. But let me know your thoughts.
Okay, can we drill down on this a little bit more, like what kind of rules and more expert on something?
Okay, a couple great suggestions. So habitat connectivity and corridors, reducing fragmentation. Again, Paul, you mentioned snags and big trees. Diversity. Peter LaCourte mentions making sure we have a diversity of habitat types. You know, that's very important for a number of species. Species dependent. Yeah, thank you for the clarification, Peter. Julie mentions, and I know you had raised this previously, repairing roads to limit excessive sediment discharge into waterways. Paul, you'd suggested underlying the core corridor buffer conservation comment. So again, kind of reducing fragmentation, establishing clear corridors. That's really helpful. I know that's really important if we're talking about wildlife habitat. Let's see, Rich asks, in the last decade, we have seen huge fire acreage in Northern California, but not a subsequent increase in herbivore populations. Why is that? Generally, fire is good for early cereal species, but we're not seeing population responses we would take. So that's also, you know, I think that's also a great example of a management question and probably a research project in itself. So I'm actually going to flag that, if it's okay, Rich, and move it forward to the third and final breakout where we're identifying those specific questions. Great. Perfect. All right. Let's think of some other habitat ones. So we've talked quite a bit. I know, Julie, your comment connects directly to aquatic habitats. Are there other kind of aquatic habitat management interests or areas that we need to be considering here? More meadow restoration. Thank you, Rich. Dr. Moreno, I'm seeing you have a couple of great management questions here. So likewise, in response to Rich's, I'm jotting all of those down that will roll forward to the next breakout session. I'll have those posted for you in the afternoon. Snag recruitment beneficial for fish, especially salmonids. Definitely. Then, of course, we get into the conflicts with recreation there, but that's a discussion for another day. We're talking specifically about
species diversity.
Karen mentions reforestation in riparian zones. Can you be, well, I guess actually that is pretty specific. Yeah, thank you for that one. All right. Let me pose a question. I know we have, I think about 30 participants, and there's been several of you that have been extremely embedded in all of these discussions. Let me reach out. Is there anybody who hasn't had a chance to provide any comments or questions yet who would like to? Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and take about 5 more minutes? I'd love to tackle at least one more of these attributes. Let's see. How about a socioeconomic one? One of the ones that was mentioned is recreational use. There's a big component of that is obviously having access. But what are some specific management questions or areas of interest that we need to identify related to recreational use?
It's really hard. But also, I don't think that's I guess so great. This position. A lot of now we're going to overlap or just what you want to check.
All right. So Peter asks, how do we balance providing access with protecting ecological integrity? People inevitably impact the land in a number of ways. Certainly. And I would almost consider that more of a management question as well. So I will roll that forward if it's okay with you, Peter, for the final discussion. Paul asks or suggests, let's see, need better linkages and public awareness building regarding the benefits of strong recreational economy to localities. So most in education and, quite frankly, PR pitch as well. Connections between recreation use and invasive species. That's a really important one. Thank you, Kristen Walters. And then Rich says, I think we, for any of you that also recreate in the high country, No one wants to recreate where the area is blanketed in smoke for half the summer. NorCal and Southern Oregon have seen major reductions in visits the last few years. So that obviously, that issue links into almost everything that we've talked about regarding fire. So much appreciated there. Kristen, you mentioned, so recreation, also an important need for, I'm guessing, education around the spread of invasive or non-native pests, oak borers, firewood I know is a huge one that CDFA and other agencies are working on. Were you raising that primarily as kind of an education question, or are there other specific management considerations that should be taken into account? All right. I would encourage all of you, so we've reached the end of our time. I know we didn't make it through all of the attributes, but I think that I can probably pair quite of them up over lunch. I will, like I said, I'll be typing these things up, and I'll post them for you after lunch so you can see sort of our thinking as we move into defining some specific management questions. At this point, we're going to go ahead and break, though, until 1:30. So please do get up, grab some lunch. We really appreciate your continued participation here. And we'll see you at 1:30. I would ask, before you go, if you do have any suggestions on how to improve the session for the afternoon, feel free to send me a private chat, and we'll go from there. But thank you all, and we'll talk to you at 1:30. Thank you. Oh, that was
Well, so then it would be something along the lines of
we'll turn it. We'll just running through the instructions. Final breakout. All right, folks. Thank you all for All right. I hope everybody had a great lunch break. Thank you for bearing with us. We're rapidly consolidating everything that you developed in the first half of the day into a series of stations that we'll use in breakout session 3. You probably noticed that a lot of the input you developed may be easily rephrased into a management question. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here, is link those attributes to the management areas of interest and develop specific management questions that can help staff continue development of EPM. So what we've done here is set up a few stations around the room, and again, we just kind of broadly grouped everything together. If you don't see one of your comments up around the room that you made, don't worry, we do have it. We're just trying to create kind of themes. But the stations that we have are social and economic welfare. Once we close this wall, you'll see that we have a water resources station set up. That includes aquatic habitat and slope stability and a number of other things. We also have biodiversity and fire over there. And then we're just wrapping one more up. We're wrapping one more station up in the other classroom right now. We'll get those out here as soon as they're finished. But what we're going to do for the next 50 minutes or so, you have the opportunity to rotate between all of these stations and basically just develop the management questions that apply to each one of those themes. There may be cases where there's a number of you and you can discuss the questions together amongst yourselves. There may be other stations where there's nobody there, in which case feel free, there'll be a pen at each station, and feel free just to jot down any questions that come to mind that need to be answered as the EPM effort moves forward. So again, this is sort of the bulk of the afternoon. After the third session, we'll take a real quick break and then convene for the final two agenda items, which are just doing a plenary report back, making sure that we captured everything from all of you, both online and in the room correctly. And then we'll walk through some action items and wrap up. So our goal is to get you out of here by 3:30. We have, we're a little bit behind schedule, but I think we can probably make it up. Let me, at this point, just open it up to any questions about the final breakout activity here. So again, it's a little less structured than the first two. You have the opportunity just to rotate between these various stations.
Maybe I can add.
Yeah, please do.
I'm not quite sure what, I just was we were just finishing up our listing of all your feedback to bring it all together. So did you explain how we kind of pull it all together, all the feedback? Yeah, so at this point, I think it'll become clear why we wanted you to be as specific as possible, so that when you come to frame a question and put your questions together, hopefully this will inspire that specificity. So I think you guys did a great job pulling it all together. So I think Sam explained all the biophysical or socioeconomic attributes are listed, and now you'll see the management practices, and hopefully you'll start to think of questions you want to ask that we can potentially look at for monitoring going forward. But if there's any doubts about how to structure a question, we can help you break it down. And in the end, do the best you can, because our working group is very skilled. So they're going to be able to glean, okay, they're interested in this aspect and this aspect. We kind of know what the intention was there, and then we can pull it together. So I think just be open-minded and ask us if you have questions. I'm happy to clarify.
Right. Before we break up and before we go further, could you give us one example of the type of a question you're looking for us to put together?
Yeah.
So actually, if everybody has this handout that had the breakout group instructions on it, there's two examples there at the bottom that might help illustrate things, and I'll pull up the broader list as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a good point. At the bottom of your sheet, for those of you online, it has kind of a little image of A plus B to C. And at the bottom, we just gave two just little examples of what you might be thinking about and how you break it down. So under number 1, if we start with our first breakout session, which was identifying a biophysical attribute of some sort that you're interested in, we said wildland forest fire, wildland fire. Okay, there's a biophysical attribute. Could you be more specific? Sure, but this works. Under B, what management activity related to that are you interested in? And so here is listed fuels treatment, vegetation management, like perhaps mastication or prescribed fire. So taking those two together and marrying them, what question could we ask? And here's an example of a question of wildland fire and fuels treatment. Based on fuel treatment type, what is the fire frequency, size, and severity and behavior? That's a very specific question. That's ideal, right? But we can get somewhere in between. But that's kind of an example of how you could bring the two together and ask a question. Another example is taking your interest in multi-age forest stands, so the full spectrum of succession that might be present in the forest. So not just young forest stage or age class, but the full spectrum to old growth. And then for B, the management activity you might be interested in linking to is silvicultural prescriptions. So how do they relate? So multi-age forest stand and silvicultural prescriptions, maybe as prescribed in the forest practice rules. Are silvicultural prescriptions providing all the stages of succession in the forest, and to what extent? Just as an example of something you could come together and pull these questions together. So you'll see what we did is we took your whole list of all items A and all of B, which is the management question. So you guys just trying to make the connections, and whatever question rises up to you from looking at these biophysical attributes and then the management activities, you're free to ask any question you want. We can sort it out later back at the ranch, but the idea is just to get you started brainstorming and also talking among yourselves, because I think it'll inspire your questions. And the more specific you can get, the better. The idea is we've got to be able to measure this after all. So I think you can get there with what we've listed off. And so did you explain how we broke down the tables, or?
Yeah, so sorry, I was trying to pull up some additional examples there. So yeah, I ran through where the different stations are. Again, you have fire over here. And in all cases, you have the attributes you identified on the left and the management areas of interest on the right, and then some space to write down and discuss your questions. Biodiversity and species, again, social and economic welfare, forest operations, and once we close this wall, you have water resources there.
And so it's our interest as a state to know what you as stakeholders want us to be looking for as we monitor the timberland ecosystems. So this is an exercise for you to come up with ideas. If something is not listed that you're looking at, you can still add things after the fact. So if it's not listed, but you realize there's a biophysical attribute you didn't think of that you want to plug into the question you want to pose, you can go ahead and do that as a part of this exercise. And is there going to be note-taking or sheets? Or?
Yeah, so there's sheets there to, again, scribe down any questions as they come up. You'll have the opportunity to discuss with each other and refine your questions in small groups, or like I said, if you're the only person there, don't let that stop you from jotting down additional input and questions. Anything else?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay,
Other
great.
questions online, or?
Let me take a quick look. And likewise for the folks online, we will be walking you through a process as well. Nope, nothing new.
Okay.
All right. Any questions? Yes, sir.
What is total vulnerable timber?
Sorry, what is total what?
It's listed up there.
Vulnerable?
I'm trying to.
It's on forest operations down halfway.
Quite honestly, we asked ourselves the same question, but we didn't want to leave it off, so we put it up there. I don't know who came up with that.
That was our group, and that was timber vulnerable to fire. So what is that quantity?
Okay.
I'll put added fire there.
What pest?
Okay.
Sure.
Fire or pest.
Good.
Vulnerabilities to pests or fire and so forth.
I just want to make certain, so each individual is going to be writing their own questions. We are now separating from our groups.
That's right.
Groups, it's an individual question. Everything we're writing is going to be in the form of a question on our individual thoughts.
But you are
I'm
free.
not doing it.
Yeah, you
I'm
are
not
free as a group to cluster and chat about it, because though it's a little more loose and you can move around freely from one group to another, you're free to talk among yourselves about what you're seeing up there and start having a conversation. Because through that, you can say, well, my interest is this. And then you can talk among yourselves and frame a nice question. So yes, you're kind of a free actor now moving around, but you can work all together.
So this is just another question. I'm thinking ahead. Okay, so I think, I'm not being dismissive of our body here, our group of people, but we are narrow in our scope. So will you be filling in and looking at we're not just providing the total body of questions to you. You are also working with your agency contacts and whatnot.
This will complement that.
To complement. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is just a sensing of a first round of questions.
Yeah.
And we'll.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
And our idea mainly is to get the point of what is it that the stakeholders, you all, are most interested in. And so even if, maybe there's a couple of questions that aren't clear enough, we're going to do our very best to interpret what was intended there and work with that. What we want to make sure is what we're monitoring for is what's important to you all.
So I would just say as a stakeholder, I just offer that it's a new process. And so you come into the process and you're learning what it is. Honestly, could say 10 days from now, I'd be like, oh, that was really what I should have said here.
Exactly. I'm very glad you brought that up. That's a perfect point.
I'm just flagging that there's some iteration.
Yeah, and as a wrap up, we were going to talk about this, but we also have for homework, or not homework, but for those who couldn't come because they had to work today, or like you said, you realized 2 days later, this is my question. This is what we, Sierra Forest Legacy, want to know. You can come back around. We are going to have a sheet. We have a sheet already posted online that reflects this process, where you can write your question, your ABC and your question yourself after the fact. Until May 1st, we want to leave it open to everybody. So good point. And it's on the website, and we'll have a link to the website for you.
What are we doing with questions?
will we see them again, or those responses to them?
Yeah, so all the questions posed will be provided online transparently, so you see everything that was listed, uncut, unedited. And then what we will do is, with the working group, we'll convene and try to work with those questions to figure out what questions actually are something we can monitor for and measure. That's why I was trying to really work to get us to be as specific as we can. And then if they weren't specific enough, can we help via the working group get to that question, that we know what their intention was and get to the questions posed. So there will be a process of providing all of that clearly, transparently, and then where we arrive at the final questions, we will post that. So.
I had a question. So I just have a feeling that a lot of the questions that we're going to come up with aren't going to be novel. Research scientists will be working on those questions now. Is there a way that you're going to rank, oh, these are occurring, we know that the Forest Service is doing this, we want to continue to support efforts like this, versus wow, this is a really great new question that we want to figure out how to approach?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Forest Service, so I assume, that there's a lot of related monitoring that'll come up that points to your questions. To the extent that that's already being done and we can tap into it, we will. New questions, as long as we have indicators we can, link to those questions and monitor for it, we will do it. So I think we're open to both. Yeah, I don't know if that answers. I think it's kind of an organic process here about let's get the questions first and then see what indicators in the third workshop everyone wants to work with, and then we'll see what data sets are available to support us in answering those questions.
So knowing that we're a few minutes behind schedule, if there aren't any questions about the exercise, we should probably go ahead and break up. So we'll go ahead and close this wall and get some pens to make sure all our stations are stocked up. But go ahead, we'll reconvene in about, we'll check in 30 minutes, reconvene in 40 minutes.
So they just go to whatever station they want.
Whatever station you want. Please do rotate between the stations. Your input's needed on all of these topics. And if you have an additional topic that's not up on the wall, we have another easel out here that maybe we can get that going on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll probably want to have a spare sheet below. Should we already stick that in?
Well, your email's going to change.
Yeah, if you can.
Another.
For the folks online, I'm hoping that you're able to hear. We're going to go ahead and get started. I do apologize. I had intended to get a total printout of everything you had developed in the first sessions. Unfortunately, we just ran out of time consolidating things. So what I'm doing, you'll see me opening up a new Word document here. And I'll actually be taking notes of everything you had to say around fire, water resources, social and economic welfare, species and biodiversity, and then our kind of broad catch-all of forest management. So again, what we're trying to do here is define some specific management questions that would fit into each one of these categories. And I will just go ahead and open it up. There are a couple of management questions that I know we received in the first session. We'll go ahead and roll those forward, but for now, let's go ahead and start at the top here. What are some of the key fire management questions that all of you have? Francesca Rohr, I see that you had a question about being able to see. I am not receiving your chats, but if you go ahead and use the question function, that's how we're going to be providing input for the remainder of this section. Okay, so folks online, management questions around fire management, or I should probably rephrase it just to wildfire general. Hopefully folks can hear okay. Do you mind just typing in if you can hear me, yes or no? Perfect. Thank you very much, and hopefully the background noise isn't too intense here. Okay, so Susan, you had a comment up here, coordination between agencies with different land management objectives. Can you provide a little bit more information on that? So what, how does that apply to wildfire? Rich, in response to your question, you asked if you, whether we're looking for management decisions that would lessen wildfire impacts. If you think back to the list, the discussion that we had earlier, there was a lot of discussion around impacts of smoke. You know, I think you had one about potential impacts of public lands not being managed next to private lands, and as a result, private landowners aren't replanting. What are some management questions that might help address those impacts? Okay, seeing a bunch of good suggestions here.
That's a good question. That's a great question.
Excellent, Francesca. So Francesca asks, young clear cuts have been proven to have zero fire resiliency. What are the management options to move forest stands to greater resiliency? So broadly worded, but it's really specific to some of those younger stands, and I would imagine it's a question that many of you will be forced to answer. Thank you. Peter LaCourte, you had one here about land managers getting the best bang for their buck when spending limited resources on landscape level issues. Can you give a couple of examples? I mean, immediately I'm thinking of, the impacts of drought on all timberlands, but are there, what are some other kind of landscape level issues that need to be considered by land managers? Okay, I'm seeing a whole bunch of stuff coming through on stand resilience. Should stand structure and density, develop stand structure and densities that are most fire resilient. Thank you for that clarification, Peter. John Battles, you had started a comment here, and I apologize if you got cut off. It just reads for water resources. I didn't know if there was, if there's more to that question, feel free to chime back in at any time. These are great suggestions. Go ahead and keep them coming in. Rich, you had one comment. Forest practice rules require far more trees to be planted than we can take to maturity. Need to continue with the Board of Forestry to lower stocking standard. Then you followed up a little ways down that would actually increase the resiliency of young stands. Were those comments linked, or was that in connection to another one, another question? All right. Folks will wait just a moment here. Keep those suggestions coming in. We have a whole bunch. I'll export them and list them shortly. All right, back on. Let's see what else we have up here. Peter, thank you for responding to my earlier question there. Kristen, you ask, how can we manage for sensitive species protection related to wildfires? What management activities best support native plant diversity post-fire, and what management activities are most detrimental to native plant diversity? Three great questions. We'll make sure to capture all those. Certainly appreciate it. Oh, Susan, my apologies that the background noise is a little bit too loud. Let me go ahead and turn my mic down a little bit. Hopefully that'll help. Can folks still hear me okay? Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Karen, you had a question. How can land managers pay for the management necessary to create a more resilient forest? Can you clarify a little bit on that? I mean, I assume we're not just talking about sort of a dollars and cents question. Is it about, are you, I'm not sure what you're asking a question about, like whether, grants programs are available. If you could just kind of clarify a little bit, that'd be wonderful.
So much of the
All right, well.
Oh, thank you, Francesca. I'm not sure if that was in response to my question. I think it is. It seems to provide a lot more clarity. So Francesca responded, do the new exemption rules result in more resilient forest, especially for small landowners? Most of them have a 5-year time frame. Does management have a plan to study the effects of these exemptions? Sorry, exemptions, not exceptions. Rich mentions, how can we speak with CARB to increase the number of burn days so land managers have more opportunity to use fire in their stands? Certainly a big question, and I assume that probably extends out to not just state agencies, but regional air quality control boards as well.
other inputs.
Oh, thank you for the clarification, Karen. So Karen had the question earlier about how land managers can pay for management. So a series of follow-ups, are grants available? Will more grants become available? And then obviously, landowners who have active carbon projects don't qualify for a lot of greenhouse gas funds. An important note here from folks that are out there working on the land every day. Oh, thank you, Susan, for the clarification about CARB and air districts. Susan, you raised an interesting point just about the cost of wildfire suppression and sort of the misconception that fuels treatment will reduce wildfire costs in the short term. I'm wondering if we can tease out a specific management question there. I mean, there certainly seems to be a large public education component to what you're asking. But is there a specific kind of management question that we can tease out of that statement?
There's not a big enough position on all fronts, because people who make money are very interested in everyone else is just makes them in their hit of whatever's important.
And so I'm trying to tease out.
Yeah. Anyways, different dynamic. Yeah. So what's your job?
Resources, so I'm part of a fairly new use.
Right. Not sure if folks are running out of steam. There we go. Thank you, Susan, in response to my question. So more of a specific management suggestion, which seems pretty reasonable, engaging with economists to look at benefits beyond strictly reduction in wildfire costs. So sort of the realization that there are more benefits to wildfire management than just reducing costs of, I assume, suppression and the actual fighting, forest fire fighting efforts.
And then also
backtrack to say, okay, we're doing all these great things, but no one's doing anything over here.
Exactly, right? And I feel like it's really great as a state of the emissions industry. And it's wonderful. It's forward thinking and we're setting examples of leaders, the company in the world, whatever. It's great. But we need to be able to,
For folks online, you'll probably see that I stopped capturing everything on the Word document. I was informed that I can't get a printout of everything you are submitting via question right now, and you had so many suggestions that we had trouble keeping up typing all of them. A few of the others, what are the ecological impacts of fire suppression activities? What management best practices are working or not working related to suppression activities? You know, that's an interesting one that I know when fire suppression is going on and firefighting efforts are underway, it's probably something that doesn't get quite as much consideration. So thank you, Kristen, for that. Another suggestion from Susan to engage with ranchers to further understand benefits of grazing as a fuel reduction tool. Certainly. So that's a pretty substantial list of fire management questions. If it's okay, it'd be great if we moved on to some social and economic welfare questions. You had identified a whole host of attributes earlier, such as, you know, public health impacts of obviously living near fire, aesthetics of living in a woodland area, and there, you know, there's obviously a tourism component to that as well. Things like access for residents and recreation, access to utility corridors, lack of processing for wood products, and many more. So I'm wondering if we shift gears a little bit, let's think about social and economic welfare management questions. So I have one here, a couple. Okay. And while you're thinking, if anything else comes up on fire, feel free to keep sending those in. Let's go ahead and shift gears a little bit to social and economic welfare. You know, I know a number of folks that work for the forest products industry obviously have a lot of interest in this, as do tourism, recreation advocates, and all of you and us that actually live up the mountains. Francesca writes, let's see, noting that there's no tribal representation and thinks that this is actually a management issue. How is management working specifically with tribes on these issues? And maybe I can grab Loretta, who's just walking by here. So Loretta, there's a question. I know we spoke briefly about tribal representation earlier. Has there been any kind of direct outreach to tribes on this? You spoke to it earlier, and I was just wondering if you could rate for folks again.
Has there been direct outreach? So we have a general mailing list, and then we also reached out broadly to different state agencies, including all the state conservancies, all the fire safe councils, leadership on the forest management task force that interfaces with tribal leadership. So there's a lot of mailing lists. This was put on Water Monitoring Council listserv. So I think across all the mailing lists that we got ourselves on, we believe we reached out broadly to tribal nations as well as general members of the public as much as we could.
And maybe outside of EPM, you know, if you think about long-term monitoring programs and plans, does resources, and if it's a question that you can't answer right now, that's fine, but does resources interact directly with tribes on those issues, like in government-to-government consultations, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think that there's a general practice of doing so. I think we can, for this interested party, we can talk more about direct engagement. We have tribal liaisons that are on our staff that directly convey information and messages, and augmenting that and augmenting the outreach we should be doing and can be doing more of. So I would whoever it is with this interest, I would love to hear from them about specific recommendations to make sure the outreach is, substantial enough to meet their needs.
Yeah, we'll jot that down as an action item, Francesca, and we can follow up with you offline. So thank you for those comments. All right. Let's see. Susan Hasari has suggested social and economic welfare. Sensitive smoke targets include hospitals, schools, retirement homes, nursing homes, evacuation concerns of same related to possible threats from wildfire, management focused on these values at risk. So if we think about all of that is certainly true, and they are things that were discussed in the earlier sessions. If we think about a specific management question, does it go beyond just understanding the impacts of the sensitive smoke or smoke on those sensitive targets you mentioned, or is there another management question we should be asking ourselves? And that's an open question if anybody has any thoughts on it. In the meantime, Peter Lacourt asks, how can we get communities better involved in supporting and funding forestry and fuels reduction activities that directly benefit the owners of homes near the forest in question? Certainly, I know that's a topic at top of mind for many, many people right now. Oh, great. Thank you, Susan, who suggests that we should also be engaging with land use planning directly.
So what are the standards, the 7-year standard for PG? For PG, is it 7 year?
All right. Well,
And how much of that is eligible?
And building codes. Thank you, Susan. All right. I want to make sure to get through all the topics that we sort of group things into. If you have other social and economic welfare questions that come up, like I said, keep submitting those. But let's now move on to water resources. You had spent quite a bit of time talking about snag recruitment, species diversity, habitat fragmentation on the terrestrial side. Oh, and early cereal herbivore populations. You also spent a little bit of time talking about aquatic habitats and some of both the impacts and attributes associated with forest management. But maybe we can shift gears. If we think about water resources holistically, both from a quantity, quality, and habitat perspective, what are the specific management questions you'd like us to record today?
You know what you can do? You can just cut them out tape. Let me see this. Yeah, well.
Great, thanks. So, Julie, you had a few different questions captured there. Are water resources and aquatic habitats being affected by high sediment inputs? Are forest roads for timber and fire affecting aquatic habitat connectivity? Are forests experience a loss of meadow extent over time due to conifer encroachment? Thank you for those. And Susan asks, does reducing timber management in riparian corridors really protect aquatic resources? Interesting, certainly an interesting question. And would it be better to do some forest management in these areas to protect landscapes as a whole? I'm sure extensive research could probably be done on those last couple. Thank you. All right. Rich asks, and this really gets, it's both kind of just a forest operation, or sorry, a fire question and biodiversity, but it's fine to add that in now. Can we determine if there's a link between the size and intensity of fire and herbivore populations? That's great. Oh, thank you, Francesca. Very specific question. Forest practice rules do not deal with road right-of-way. Is there an area where guidelines would be better to protect better protect aquatic habitats?
That would be the day
All right. Hopefully we're not moving too fast here. I know we could probably focus on any one of these issues for a very long time. I want to make sure to get you through the two remaining groups, though. The next one is biodiversity of species. So, Rich, your previous comment kind of links directly in with that. If you remember, during the earlier breakout sessions, there had been a fair amount of discussion about snag recruitment, especially on the terrestrial side. There's also a discussion of early cereal populations, in particular, why it is that even with more burning and more kind of emergent vegetation, herbivore populations don't seem to be going up. There were questions about apex predators and, lack of apex predators. So anything to do with biodiversity. Great, thank you, Susan. Is monitoring of aquatic attributes on private timberlands sufficient to understand the effects of management on streams and meadows?
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. I think we also realize that in zero
A quiet group always makes me a little bit nervous, but not a problem. Feel free to keep submitting those questions. Can you ask Curtis to?
We gave a whole bunch of. We did it together.
less on water, but a lot on the side.
Right. a bunch of additional questions here. Rich is asking, how can we promote and facilitate beaver reintroduction programs to increase meadow habitat and upland water storage? I'm sure those of you that are involved in flood management probably just had a mild heart attack, but an important question, important alpine animal. Let's see. Biodiversity, Susan asks, do we know enough about less studied components, soil organisms, insects, etc., to understand the full effects of management? A question about soil chemistry came up in one of the other groups related to fire impacts, but it certainly fits in here as well. Let's see. Francesca just points out that a management challenge is going to be how to assess biodiversity given climate change. Certainly a huge issue, one that I know this effort is, if not at least trying to address, then certainly trying to monitor for. Let's see. David Haynes asks, could we have more research on monitoring overall biodiversity for avian, mammalian, herpetological, and aquatic species in relation to riparian management? Specifically WLPZ management. And I apologize being somewhat of a neophyte to this subject. David, will folks understand WLPZ management, or do we need to provide any definition of that? Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much, Susan. Perfect. All right, so I was just informed that we have 10 minutes left. The last, just make sure that we went through everything. The final subject was sort of a general catch-all, forest operations. It covers an awful lot of ground, but basically, if I understand, we group things into this section that didn't necessarily directly align with one of the groups, or in more cases than not, they aligned with all of the groups. So some of the attributes that those groups identified included old growth forest, carbon sequestration, silviculture, stand density, biomass availability, a variety of other attributes that sort of go beyond some of the other physical things that we've been talking about. Some of the management suggestions or management areas of interest that came up included mechanical fuel treatment, prescribed fire. We've spoken about both of those quite a bit. Preservation, reforestation, soil management, permitting issues, which you've spoken a lot, especially around forest practice rules. But is there anything around forest operations that we should consider as management questions? Oh, interesting. So Susan points out that climate change has impacts on the ability to do over the snow logging. Other forest operations questions. Okay, permitting issues, small landowners, cost and regulatory barriers. So I think we've discussed this a little bit. I don't know, is there a more specific management question that we can tease out of this? Otherwise, Susan, I know that there were several that we discussed in some of the previous topic areas. But are there any kind of more specific ones? Francesca writes, would management consider some type of citizen science to collect more information on what happens in exemptions? Great question. And I think because there were a number of questions about public education, citizen science, joint fact finding that came up in some of the other groups, Loretta may touch base on that later, and I'll just I'll jot down that we need to revisit it during our plenary report back as well. Rich is actually asking a question directly to Susan and asks if we can find a way to streamline CEQA for small landowners and certain fuel reduction projects. I don't know if that meets at least some of your needs, although your question probably encapsulated a number of other issues as well. So streamlining CEQA. No, great. Thank you for the clarification, Susan. Specifically talking about FPRs, not TIRs. Julie Farah asks, are regulatory requirements actually producing desired outcomes and allowing for adaptive management? I think, you know, that's that's one of the core reasons that the EPM effort is underway right now. So, Loretta can probably speak to that a little bit momentarily.
What Jason was talking about, that was like
Susan raises an interesting point, and certainly something that I know a number of you have experienced. Citizen science would be great. There is an issue about private landowners giving access to their property. I'm not sure if there's a management question that could be developed around that, but certainly, access to private lands is always a major issue in any regulatory effort.
So there was, there's a California GIS council. And they had a meeting a couple of weeks ago. In your building. And I don't know if you were there. They had quantum.
All right. Well, you have provided a wealth of information. As I said, we have the logs of all the questions, and then I've been jotting down a number of notes as well. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to reconvene and give folks, both all of you online and the people in the room here, the opportunity to ask questions of each other about the content that's been developed and make sure that we captured things correctly. Thank you for bearing with us. We have about 40 minutes left in the meeting total, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you in a few. If you do have additional questions, feel free to keep sending them in on the chat function. We'll talk to you in just a few minutes. Thank you. you, everybody. We're getting close to the end of the day. Really appreciate all the input and your the fact that you're still here. It's not always the case with long all-day meetings. So what we want to do now, as I said, is just walk through some of the great input that you've provided on all of these sheets. Get any additional thoughts that you might have, and then maybe try to refine some of these too. So we'll go through just a couple for each category, at least as a starting point. Loretta's kind of picking out a few sample questions. If you have any additions, you have the opportunity, as we said, after the meeting to provide more questions. But our hope is to get just to make sure that everything you provided is correct the way we've captured it right now. So I don't know.
Almost ready.
Not a problem.
Oh, we'll do it on the fly.
Okay.
All right. The idea of what I'm starring here, just some random glance, quick, rapid fire review of what you guys came up with. I'm really impressed with the specificity we started to get here. And where we don't necessarily have specificity, I think we can absolutely get to that through next steps. So really pleased to see the spectrum of results. So I was going to read off based on the categories we assembled. So, before lunch, we identified broad topics and got into the biophysical attributes, socioeconomic attributes, and then the management practices that might be linked to those. We've categorized those, and now we've created questions around it. So I'm going to read off just a few, not because they're the best, just examples that I thought, okay, here we go. But that doesn't mean that other ones aren't also top-notch or, just a sample. So under social and economic welfare management questions, so this kind of socioeconomic theme, here's one of the questions that popped up. How are local, regional, and statewide priorities balanced in determining management goals? So that is still kind of high level, but I can see how we could start looking at where we're issuing conservation grants or other kind of grants in the state, like CCI, California Climate Investment Grants. We might be able to kind of get at where are those distributed in the state and how is that addressing management issues spatially. So that was really good. Someone else asked, are existing programs effective in incentivizing management practices that support state priorities? And they wrote, are small landowners actively managing their property? So another kind of interesting dimension there. And the small landowner category is also of particular interest because they're so dispersed and represent half of the state responsibility area. Under fire management, we had several questions. One for fire management was, are acres burned trending towards desired severity proportions? So that's a general trend, but we could also get more specific through that question, so that's great. Does prescribed fire result in less public exposure to smoke pollution than wildfire? Good question. Are fuel reduction treatments increasing public safety? So we have a lot going on in terms of fuel reduction work. Are we actually protecting communities? We can probably quantify that. Great. Under biodiversity management questions, all good. We have a few I liked to point out. Are late seral conditions well represented on private forest lands across elevational gradients and topography? Another question, are logging practices contributing to a decline in rare plant species? We probably have to drill in a little more there, but that's a great starting point. Another one, do reforestation practices result in species composition and structural diversity in early and mid-seral stages? So very rich content. Over here under this category, I think is the forest operations category. I'm not 100% sure.
I think the bottom one is water resources.
Water. Is this water and this is? I'm not.
Management's over here.
Forest operations is over here?
Yeah.
So then I don't know what this is. Is this water?
Management questions, says management questions.
Yeah, it's all.
Okay. So, right, for water quality though.
Right.
Both
of those are water resources.
Water resources. Okay. Power timber management practices affecting stream flows, seasonally normalized. Timber management practices affecting stream flow. Another question is differentiate from climate impacts. Can these effects be quantified? And so this kind of was brought up earlier in the day, but when you reflect on kind of all of this management, how is climate playing a role and disentangling that from the story? How does landscape level meadow and riparian restoration improve watershed health, For example, stream flow, water retention, etc. And then over here for forest operations, I didn't get to this fast enough, but we'll just grab random ones. Do standard forest practices, not exemptions, result in treated acres that are resilient to fire? Are actively managed lands resulting in increased tree size or increased carbon storage? I don't even have to think, these are all good. Is soil carbon storage stable or increasing on lands managed under the forest practice rules? Very good. So this is a really good, and there's many more questions, as you can see, I did not read, and these were just randomly selected. So I think we have some online folks that Sam was going to read off.
Yeah, just to make sure that the folks joining remotely are kind of acknowledged as well. We did get through all of the categories that you had around the room here. Let's see. So just on forest operations generally, there was a question, how can we balance the need for environmental review with the cost and time of conducting reviews? If a forest burns down because the landowner was caught up in red tape related to environmental review, it's a net degradation of the environment. So, interesting question.
Here's one. Are forest management techniques reducing risk of catastrophic wildfire, achieving desired ecological conditions? Someone else asked, stand structure and density that are not, or that are most fire resilient. So what is a stand structure and density that would promote fire resilient forests? So measuring for that.
They also had a lot of discussion about the age of forests and noted that, young clear cuts have been proven to have zero fire resiliency. What are some management options to move forest stands to greater resiliency? So they kind of started out specific when they were talking about the age of the forest, and then got more broad about different management options in those stands. Well, for the folks online, we'll make sure that all of these questions are incorporated into the larger project record, but we just wanted to give you a little taste of the types of things that they were discussing.
And this is all going to be posted. We're going to assemble all of this online and broken up into the groups we identified and merge them with the online responses. So you'll see all of that for the next phase. And then within the working group, we will try to tackle all the management questions and try to come to some conclusions about what actually will support monitoring and what questions may be placed in the assessment stage. So some questions maybe aren't suitable for monitoring questions, but are great questions for assessment, which is the second piece of the whole puzzle.
No, we haven't gotten to some of the social and economic ones.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I thought you were done.
No, well, just one more that I thought was kind of interesting. So they asked for social and economic welfare specifically, how do we diversify the wood product value beyond dimensional timber? So they had a wide-ranging discussion, but they did get to everything.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's really rich feedback. So I think, is there anything that we should be covering now going forward, or are we at adjournment at the point, other than next steps?
Yeah, we wanted to walk through some next steps and everything. We are actually ahead of schedule, which anytime the meeting ends early, I don't think anybody sheds too many tears. But we did want to make sure that, if you had any other questions that popped up just in the last couple of minutes, we can certainly take those down. Or if any of the things that you heard as we were kind of reporting back some of the input that we heard, if you didn't quite agree with the wording of it, if it was your question, or if you weren't really clear on the type of discussion that we were having, now is certainly the time to raise those concerns or questions.
And then let us know if there's any online, but yeah, so I think next steps will be, if you want to take home the sheet you were given, the little sheet where you can add your management questions, because as Sue brought up, what if in a couple days, actually, I have some additions? We welcome that, absolutely. We have a rough closing date of May 1st, just so that we try to have a time cap on when we're collecting for this. That doesn't mean we won't continue to entertain new questions, but that's our goal. May 1st, if you have follow-up questions or thoughts that kind of rise up after this workshop, please pass them on or send this around to your colleagues, other people interested that couldn't be here today. It is posted on the website, and you can see the link to our ecological performance measures page. It's resources.ca.gov/forestry/EPM. you can hop on, or just Google Natural Resources Agency, Forestry, Ecological Performance Measures, you'll get there. And I have that same form posted there, and you can email it to me. So we make sure we capture the rich perspectives everybody has. And then my goal will be in the next month and a half to really not just post these questions, but really work with the working group to make some decisions about what falls into the category of monitoring questions we can proceed with and inform our next workshop on indicators and selection of indicators that speak to the questions we posed, and then what questions fall into that assessment box. So should be pursued in the assessment context. So the climate change piece would be an example where it kind of straddles both, because climate change might be informing the monitoring we're doing in terms of some of the indicators we select, but it also will kind of be a backdrop to how we assess our indicators once we have those results in. So anyway, we will be working with the working group to kind of sort that out. And I think our goal is in the next, so it's right now it's mid-April, and I think by end of May, we'd want to have the next workshop where we work with you all to kind of tease out what are the indicators that result from these management questions. And so that's where you can really start getting into that. And there's a lot of information on indicators out there. The Forest and Rangeland Assessment Program developed many indicators. There's lots of them out there. So I think through the rich body of indicators we already have access to, we can kind of have inspiration for what plugs into our management questions. So look till the end of May for the next workshop, maybe sooner, but I think right about then. And then after that, we'll kind of launch into indicator screening to see what data we actually have available to support those questions. So that's the general plan. Does anyone have questions about anything?
We've got a whole bunch of questions up here. Yeah, and so I was kind of curious when settle on what questions you're going to move forward with. Do you have any vision on how many of those questions you would tackle? And all this would be a lot of work for the working group.
Yeah.
But are you looking at 2 or 10 or it all depends once you get there?
I think we need to see what the questions are and where there's alignment over them. I think there's a lot of overlap that's going to be discovered when we really sit down and study the questions. And then there's just going to be questions that don't lend themselves to monitoring. And so that'll be clear, and we'll be very transparent. When a question is not selected, if it falls into the next grouping, which would be maybe this is an assessment question, not so much monitoring, we would be clear about that. Or if we just, we'll justify any decision that's made. So I think really we are going to post all of them and then kind of methodically go through and see if they group up. A lot of them group up. So you might see a lot of questions here that are very interrelated.
Yeah.
But there's no cap on the questions. I think it'll, we have no artificial cap.
Okay.
Anybody else or online? Do we have any online? All right.
If it's okay, as Loretta mentioned, the goal is to have the next workshop in kind of late May.
We're not sure yet.
Not exactly sure, but one of the things that we always like to do, and just in an effort of improving our process overall, is to get any thoughts from all of you on the format of this workshop. So if it's okay, I'd just like to ask folks, what you thought worked kind of well, and what we can change or improve moving forward. I don't want to spend more than 5 minutes or so, and don't want to belabor the point, but just curious to get your thoughts in general, and then I'll go to folks online.
We are not easily offended.
No, I'm
No, there were 2 things going on for me today. One was wanting to deliver some good information and articulate it in a way that fits into the process that we're doing here. And the second thing that was going on was the process. And I was unfamiliar with what that was, developing, going from A to B to C, which for me, it's a little upside down. I understand what's happening, I think what's going on. So a diagram at the beginning, I'm thinking about high school teaching and just showing what's going to happen before you do it, so that everybody folks have kind of a clear idea of what the expectation and trajectory is. So that, because it took me a while to figure out what we were trying to do, what the activity was supposed to do.
Yeah, I wish I had my teaching credential. It would really help. I realize that it's not always intuitive.
Nice room, good for this size group and activity, and nice about the parking. just easy. And then sort of building a little bit on Greg's, I think that based on the kind of the nature of the group that would come to such an event, had you maybe given this ahead of time with the examples, that would have helped shape some of the direction. Because I think we probably spent 10 or 15 minutes at the beginning of whatever that first session was, trying to just sort through, what was to get in the zone. So a little more help ahead of time for those who have time to look at it, to get in the zone, then we'd be faster on the uptake.
Perfect, yeah.
So, I mean, brainstorming, getting this done, it's a tough deal to do. And I think one of the things I've been struggling with is making sure we're not reinventing the wheel, because there's a lot of people in the room that are involved with other related projects, and I'm looking specifically at the FRAP report that just came out, chock full of indicators. So, I mean, obviously you've made mention that you'll be coordinating and all, but I guess the question I would have is this work going to feed, is this going to be an iterative process between the agencies, or is, each one sort of leading its own trail, just coordinating with the others?
Yeah, the beauty of our working group is we are not, it prevents any kind of siloing because everyone's invited to the table. So when we are, for example, entertaining the management questions, we have FRAP at the table to say, oh, so guess what? We're actually already looking at that and with this lens. So, differentiating our questions to make sure there aren't redundancies is very important to us, and being aware of all the interrelated programs and how they plug in so that there isn't the redundancy and right.
But the question is, so you're saying FRAP is at your table, or are you also at FRAP's table?
Right.
We end up with a bunch of different tables anyways.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's the idea is to have it going both ways. So for example, with State Water Board, there's the Healthy Watersheds Partnership doing very similar things, kind of more assessment focused about watersheds throughout the state, but there's complete alignment with what they're trying to do. So we go to each other's working group meetings. So that is happening, and we'll continue to expand. And yeah, same with the Forest Service. The Forest Service is doing monitoring statewide, and so we intend to exchange to make sure there's optimal results and that we get more out of it than just replicating each other's efforts.
And Loretta, sorry, for the purposes of this working group, I know you displayed the graphic with all the agencies involved, but you've been getting pretty good representation from all those folks, right?
Very, very healthy presence. And then those that aren't officially in the working group are still communicating with me on a regular basis. So it's not just the one person from, there's a few people from CAL FIRE, but not just them. We're all talking fish and wildlife. Yeah, but understood.
And then over to Richard.
Process question. With the digesting and collapsing of the questions, is part of that process going to be with this group, and then looking at the questions and going, we can monitor every single aspect of that question except for this, but we have something that's similar to that, and so then you folks will render a decision about that's what the question's going to be, or you may edit the question a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so
in order to match what monitoring is available to get at the issue. How's that information going to be funneled back to all the participants?
Right. Yeah. So aside from just posting the questions themselves in their raw form, in the working group, we're going to be working kind of all together to. We obviously want to have an eye for what ultimately we might be able to use, but I think initially the intention, just like the indicator screening process that will come, is to kind of in a pure way just look at what are good management questions. Data aside, maybe someone already knows we don't have data for that, but maybe there's another way to get to that data. So let's objectively just continue to pursue that question on its merits. And then at a certain point when we're going to select indicators, if we decide that we don't have indicators that can support that question, the working group is going to have a heads up on that, but we will provide justification if something drops off. Now, that said, I don't think we can justify every single one, but I think we're going to justify what we do select and what decisions were made based on that. So I still haven't consulted with the working group about that process. It's public-private partnership there. So I think we'll have a lot of people at the table that can make sure that the information is justified when decisions are made.
So for all the working group members, get ready for some homework. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
Yeah, that'll be one of our key steps is how that process exactly will unfold.
Richard had a suggestion.
I'm just concerned after our experience with the first pilot project, that it's really agency heavy, this is, and there's not, I don't think, adequate broad representation of the public and some kind of equity factors going on. And that some of the issues that have been around for decades are quite simple and straightforward would be run around by this much more complex project.
So it's sort of twofold, more outreach to get members of the public here.
Yeah, it just, at the end of the process, for instance, with the pilot project, the working group that was the pilot project had hardly anything to do with it. It was the agency personnel that set the scene and made the decisions and that went around with the deciding scope of work right up to the end of it. There was like so much potential there to address things that need to be done that people know need to be done. I'm afraid that this process, this complexity, it's agency centric and lack of public true participation is frustrating.
Thank you.
It's been nice.
Yeah.
Curtis, were there any suggestions or questions from the folks online? I put them all to sleep then.
Sorry.
In bed.
I just want to mention to Richard that I think I heard at one point, maybe not any longer, but we had 65 people on here, something like that.
This morning, yeah.
This morning, yeah. So there certainly is.
He was real busy, I knew that.
Yeah. My point being that, certainly there was more people maybe than meets the eye here that were involved in the process.
It may become more evident, but I'm talking about decades of experience of this processing.
Yeah, nice.
Well, and Loretta's mentioned it a number of times, there was a lot of outreach to various groups to get the word out about this. If there are specific groups that you think we should be reaching out to that haven't heard about it, you have our contact information. So just let us know. And at least for the next two workshops, we can.
Yeah, and I think fundamentally, this monitoring program won't be a success if we don't have the stakeholder input and support for it. So inherently, it is our desire and goal that stakeholder perspective is represented in what we monitor for. So I think it'll manifest as you see going forward.
Isn't it the monitoring process, though, credible monitoring has to go on for 10 years before recommendations or changes are suggested?
We have a lot of data already compiled across the state. So I think we can actually very quickly, once we decide on our monitoring questions and indicators, work with our state and federal partners who have the data sets to cover the whole state to already embark on monitoring. So the hindcasting. And then as we go forward and continue to collect more data or collect new data sets if called for, depending on, what that is, then we will, it's not a 10-year wait.
Isn't the depleted condition of the forest, there's not enough data on that yet?
Oh, there's a lot of data. And we're going to work with that data.
And that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons that you wanted to rely on existing data first. Right?
Yeah, existing data and the existing monitoring collection efforts. So the swamp team, Allie Dunn over here is on the swamp team, the surface water ambient monitoring program. They collect a ton of data on macroinvertebrates that live in the creeks, water temperature, all that stuff, and also related upland habitat factors. So they're very actively collecting data across the state as one example, and that's ongoing, not just the past. So we look in the past to some extent, and we continuously are collecting data and continuously assessing. So this is going to be a long-term, ongoing, continuous assessment. And one of the first major statewide ones in the western part of the U.S., which is exciting. So, to drill down at the regional scale that we're attempting to do statewide. So, I think you'll see that a lot will make sense, I think, as we progress along this process.
I just think this is a hindrance to achieving forest and watershed restoration rather than help.
Well, I'm glad to hear your input, and I just wanted to remind people about the just the process we're at, just to revisit, to kind of end everything, unless there are more questions. Of course, you can still comment, but just to remember this graphic up here, we're kind of at this base level of, here's our landscape, we're collecting a lot of data on it. What are our questions? We just posed many of them today. And then the next third workshop will be, okay, we have our management questions, all of them are laid out. Now let's get at the indicators. And then we will rapidly assemble a monitoring program to kind of get going and set up that structure with the working group. So the two-part monitoring and assessment, we're working towards that goal so that in short order, we can already start reporting into the Board of Forestry and other decision-making bodies in the state and otherwise. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. So I guess to close, thank you all for being here today, and please do visit our website or email me with your follow-up management questions. May 1st, ideally, if you're after that, it's not the end of the world. I'll still consider that, but we do need to get the ball rolling. So then we will, through our AB 1492 mailing list, which you can sign up on the website if you want to be proactively notified, you'll receive proactive updates about the next workshop, and also check in regularly to our website because we'll be posting all your questions that you raised today and decisions thereafter. And we're trying to keep that as active and up to date as possible.
Also, if you receive one of those sheets and wrote questions on it, there's a black wire basket on the sign-in table. You can leave it there as you go out.
Cool. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you all very much for all your time today.
Thank you.